All right, welcome. If you're watching, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Group 5 appreciates it. For session 7,
Ah!
whoa. so,
Someone ate their mic.
so for the recap, we had the exchange, right? We had basically kidnapping the Duke. We had the delivery of the Duke to Prince Carl Stonefist of Clan Stonefist within a stronghold in the northern side of the Frosthorn Pass. They had kind of made this elaborate, almost tunneling and corridors and other sorts of things. After that happened, Prince Carl Stonefist had given you a stone piece, and this piece was similar to that which the Duke had, and now that seemed to combine, liquefy, become magnetized to the piece that you had, Tardan, and then it all kind of came together. And from properties, seems as though you cannot feel the cold, and now you also do not take cold damage. These scales also form upon your skin, and that was relevant as well back when this large adult white dragon made an appearance. Quite oddly, it was burrowed in the actual frozen lake that we had a kind of a significant battle upon at the northern side of the pass. And when it emerged, Tard, I mean, you pretty much would have died, right, for that cold breath, just in a single blast as it kind of billowed out. But you skin formed these white draconic scales and crossed your body and blunted the damage. A voice also came to you at that moment. It was a very kind of higher pitch, effeminate voice, just kind of came outwards through your mind and kind of directed you a little bit to use the stone, kind of trying to help you out in a way, which is rather strange. And from that, this dragon was frightful, was feared, right? It was pulling back away from the stone. It did not want any part of what was going on, and so it took flight. So, as we went into the valley here, the Frostern Valley, into the large, expansive terrain of the tundra. Evergreen forests, there's thickets and shrubs. Oftentimes there's barren kind of land within, suggesting maybe frozen kind of rivers or tributaries. And then you have a large kind of mileage that is just encompassing nearly half of the valley, which is referred to as Lake Kif. And it's just this frozen lake. So there's nothing growing on top of it. There's no trees, there's no thickets, no nothing. It's just kind of flat with just snow and ice covering over top. The temperature is cold. It's just like snow currently today. The cold and the wind itself is continuing to howl in this particular environment, as always. Through your journey, you maybe are, I would say, a day off of the holy city of Othema, right? As you're traversing on this road, which is not nearly as dug out as the map likes it to be. It's definitely more of kind of spaced and trenched with snow, and there's some grooves maybe and signage that kind of guides you. And you're really trying to stay on the road towards like the southern Frosthorn Mountains, where these outcropping of evergreen trees kind of push outwards, right? It's kind of using that in a way to help guide the road naturally. We've came across this wagon. This wagon seemed to be crushed. It's splinters of debris, different source of destruction. And from the actual kind of digging out through the snow, you couldn't really find anything within the wagon. You're able to find like this dried kind of blood within the ice of the permafrost, right? As some things were kind of refrozen at a rapid pace, and the blood was kind of painted through. The wagon itself, torn, some of the canopy, but really just kind of from the force of potentially being through the crush, didn't have necessarily anything in it. As you were kind of investigating the situation, the scene, there was a hole that seemed to have trees that were toppled surrounding it. And in this hole, there was a series of clicking sounds as someone approached it. There was rumbling that was occurring to happen. And the more that there was movement, the more the response of this creature was. And it emerged from the ground. This insectoid, very much like a millipede-like creature, with two somewhat compound eyes upon it. Compound eyes are similar to like a fly, right? So it kind of has these things, and there's almost these slits as well to help kind of cover it from the billowing of wind. But the slits don't really move. It's multiple antennae and other sorts of kind of sensory organs, kind of atop of the actual head. And then it has this large kind of fin structure that seems to be giving off this intense heat that is vaporizing the snow around it. So it's just a pie, it's just steam billowing up around as it came out. In the air as well. It's vaporizing the water in the air. That's how hot it is. And it's almost as if you were right next to it, right, or potentially attacked it, that you would be burned or scalded just by being near this creature. Now, this creature is mainly in the earth currently, still in the hole, and it rises roughly 30, 35 feet out of the air. So it's actually towering above in its insectoid-like structure. And the actual chitinous, the chitin shell that's around it is very rugged and seems to be thick. And it has little tiny kind of spikes around, almost kind of moves in these independent segments and suggests that it's a burrowing creature, that it moves and burrows and can do so of its own volition just by kind of smashing into the ground when it wants to. And as it kind of rose up, it focused its attention on the movement in front of Sir Dougal. And that is why we have combat. Yeah, say? All right. Is there any questions before we start? No questions. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into it. So we're going to go ahead and begin combat round one with this particular creature that has emerged. It's a millipede insectoid-like creature as it comes out of the earth. It's cackling with its shrieks, and it's kind of like it's clicking in its sounds, kind of echoing outwards through the air, kind of piercing through. Its face is almost moving towards Sir Dougal. As it does, it opens its jaw, kind of immersing itself with these razor-sharp teeth and this kind of gripping jaw as it's kind of cycling within, moving of its independent self, and then it goes in to just slam down into the ground on top of Sir Dougal. It's kind of pulling its body through, similar, kind of coming like this and then down off the actual ground as it goes in for a bite. It's gonna be 25 to hit.
Holy shit. It doesn't hit.
All right, Sir Dougal, you take approximately 56 points of damage. You're at 1 hit point. You are also grappled by this creature, but this grapple is a different type of grapple. It's technically, it is a restraint. You are currently in the jaws and the mouth of this creature. It's smashed down into the ground. It picked you up into the air, not able to swallow you whole on the first bite. So it pulls you up into the air, and it's moving its body from side to side with you in its mouth and attempting to swallow you. I'm going to move you into that space there. That is the end of that creature's turn. All right, Brock, you're up.
Is that good? Alright, I'm trying to think. I guess I can either take an action or move. There's not really a way I can make it up to Sir Dougal and try to help him in one turn, is there?
Well, helping Sir Dougal at this point, I mean, Sir Dougal is in the mouth of this creature. Sir Dougal, technically, to you all, is gone. Like, this creature's literally grabbed Sir Dougal, and I mean, Sir Dougal is probably, I mean, to you all, Sir Dougal could be 8 right now.
Okay. Did I see that happen? I don't know, can I put 2 and 2 together and see Big Monster and assume that it's doing something to Sir Dougal?
I mean, you can probably try to work through the fact that it hasn't kind of submerged itself, that there might still be hope, but in your mind, I mean, again, this happened instantly. Sir Dougal's backing away from the hole. The creature exploded outward through, kind of took a step back, and then the creature just literally chomped on him. It happened in literal seconds. So it's still raised, it's still up in the air. Sir Dougal's still up in the air there. Going into your hunter sense here, trying to get an idea of this particular creature. It seems as though immediately the vaporization of heat is a telltale that this creature most likely is immune to fire damage, and that it can't be penetrated to that damage. In addition, the fact that it's able to survive in such harsh climates in the tundra and the Arctic kind of regions, even deep within the earth, most likely is immune to cold damage. But other than that, you don't know if there's any sort of vulnerable abilities to this particular creature. However, I want you to make a wisdom check, because this is a little bit going beyond what your hunter sense can tell. Maybe we can get a wisdom check. Nat 20.
Hey, let's go.
This creature cannot swim. In fact, it avoids the water at all cost.
Okay. Well, knowing that, I guess I will call out to Nereus to do... well, I don't know what. Just... we need water now, or whatever. That's verbatim.
Okay.
I'll mark him as my prey. Why not?
Okay. Getting Slayer Spray on.
'Cause that's gonna be what turns the tide.
All right,
And
Indigo,
my
it's your
turn.
turn.
I see him eating. Oh. I yell out, Dougal! No! And I run toward my man. 5, 10, 15, 20. Maybe like up on this pulled over lot of ground right there. Is that possible?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, am I in range there, or do I need to move one more
You're in range.
to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Creature's body is
I would-
kind of in the hole.
I would like to try to focus and give a hit, and if I land, I'd like to try to stunning strike this thing.
Okay, so go ahead and make an unarmed strike.
Okay.
20 is going to hit. As you strike into it, you take 10 points of fire damage as you are able to penetrate into the chitin shell. Burns and incinerates your hand as you're able to strike through. Your unarmed strike did 10 points of bludgeoning damage to this particular creature as you kind of crack into its chitin-like shell. It kind of writhes a little bit from the blow. And then go ahead and make your stunning strike.
Okay. Boom.
All right, the DC of 14, the creature succeeds with a 24. It is unfazed by your stun.
I'm going to, Christ. I'm going to stay where I'm at and kind of look at. Oh God, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I really don't. Really don't. I really don't. I will take a few steps away to about here under that tree and just that's it. That's
Okay.
Yeah, that's
you go,
it. That's
you go outside of the threat range of this creature. As you move, it kind of snaps its head in the direction of your movement. You ran up to it, ran away, it looks towards, but it's moving its jowls underneath its actual head segment. Does not take attack of opportunity.
You have the mobile feat anyway, right?
That's true.
Yeah, I've got mobile.
Yeah, and I'm telling you as well, even if you didn't have it, right? You're getting that
Gotcha.
kind of sign that he would even have taken or even attempted to take.
Gotcha.
He's hunting rabbits.
Giving you the little bit of insight there as you. All right, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Tardin, you're up.
Guess I'm gonna give this a try. I'm gonna run up here, look at this ugly beast. I'm gonna let it know that it is ugly, and I'm going to use my unsettling words on it. So that's a D8, and then I'm gonna do the only thing I can do. I'm gonna hope this thing can laugh, and I'm gonna cast hideous laughter on it.
You see behind you, nurse. Amateur.
Don't know.
All right, so the creature has failed on the saving throw. However, this creature does not have the intelligence level capable to be affected by this particular spell. As you see that it is unfazed and it kind of reaches out, you know that it kind of is moving and there's some sort of psychic going on within the actual mind of this creature, but it's just not phased, so it cannot communicate or laugh and sort of kind of intelligence level to the spell take effect.
Tardan's gonna say, Sir Dougal, it was nice knowing you, and he's gonna take 10 feet this way and head back towards the road.
Okay.
And that'll be the end of my turn.
Too highbrow for him.
All right,
Gotta
Sir
get, like,
Dougal.
a fart joke.
So you are currently in the mouth of the creature. You have yet to be swallowed, but you will be swallowed as the movements of the teeth are sucking and pulling you in further through the throat. Now there, you can hear and smell the sizzling of sulfuric acid, suggesting that there's actual acid secretions in the throat of this creature. So once you are swallowed, you will be taking acid damage. In order to get out of the jaws of this creature, you must make a successful athletics or acrobatics check versus a DC to get outside of the clutches of this creature's mouth.
Great. First, as a bonus action, I plan to wild shape.
Okay.
So you see Sir Dougal, his fur begins changing color, and the jaws of the, not going to use its name, are pried open wider by the change of shape in his anatomy as he slowly turns into a bear, brown bear.
Okay. Do you remember
It's
how to
pretty violent.
wild shape, or do you want me to do it for you?
Yeah, I think so. The little wrench. Oh no, sorry.
You're going to open your character sheet up, and then you're going to go to summons within the actors tab and just drag over which summon you would like into your character sheet. And it'll prompt you.
Wild shape. Boom, baby. Sir Dougal gains about 150 to 200 pounds.
Okay. So as you wild shape into the bear form, this creature is able to swallow even a large-sized creature. So you're just occupying more space within the mouth and the throat.
Right.
Still actual restrained as the creature is still in the mouth of the creature, but you're now in bear form. There is maybe a level of hope. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I would love to contest the grapple using athletics, but as a bear instead of as Sir Dougal. I think I have a better shot.
Okay.
So you see the bear struggle against the jaws, and he contends.
You don't have combat wild shape yet, do you?
No.
Okay.
I gotta
So
look at that.
It is.
I don't think so.
It is an action then to use your wild shape.
Oh, get out of here!
Which
It's
in your-
listed
yeah,
as a
it's listed as a
bonus
in your
action in the
feature
thing.
set. If you had combat wild shape in subsequent levels, you'll be able to do.
Oh,
as a
there it
bonus
is.
action.
One action. Oh,
So I went ahead and changed it for you to an action to showcase.
I
that.
see it now as an
Now,
action. Yeah.
If you want to retcon what you've done, I will allow.
Yeah.
It since that's totally
Okay.
fine.
I suppose we have to.
Because it seems like what you're attempting to do is try to escape.
Yeah. So instead, what Sir Dougal will do is he'll bonus action rage, which should give him advantage on the lower bonus athletics check.
Okay, so I'm going to go
Um,
ahead and restore yourself. So we'll retcon that, and then I'll go ahead and activate your rage to get that effect on. So go ahead and make your athletics check.
Hey!
So, as you see in the clutches of the mouth of this creature, Sir Dougal slowly comes out as this creature is kind of moving and attempting to continue to bite down on you as best as possible. You kind of carry on with the actual mouth, and the creature lowers you down to about 9 feet or so as it's continuing to try to keep you inside of its mouth, but is unable to move you to a space roughly 5 feet outside the creature, then ending the actual restraint as you're able kind of pulling yourself and forcing yourself out of the actual mouth of this creature. The rest of the party, as you do see this, Sir Dougal is covered in this bile, not necessarily sulfuric acid quite yet. And so Sir Dougal seems to be badly wounded by different razor-sharp cuts and lacerations across the fur, but is still alive.
So I can't move using Rabbit Hop because I already spent my bonus action to rage.
Correct. You've already done your bonus action, and then your action. You still have movement left.
There's no way to get out of his range without provoking, and I can't hold movement. So what I will do is try to... And what? It's just Nereus' turn.
He can put you out of your misery. Don't worry. Just say the word.
I'm going to climb around to... how tall is this berm right here? These upturned trees and their roots?
The berm and the upturned trees is roughly 4.5 feet, and it's well covered with snow at this point, creating kind of a smooth, gradual slope on either sides.
Okay, so not much.
No, the trees are still pretty into the actual earth itself.
Got it.
You might have a couple roots that are coming outwards and craggling outwards, but the evergreen trees here are not very tall, by the length of them, so they're kind of fresh, not necessarily saplings, but young trees, because they're on the edge of this particular forest.
So my two options are to run away and get hit, or jump down the hole and still get hit and almost definitely plummet to my death.
So let's take positions. So how much movement speed do you have?
It should be 30.
Great.
30.
So if you did
not gonna make
rotate,
it.
if you did rotate around the creature, you could potentially get underneath one of the actual trees here, and you'll still be inside the reach of this creature. Won't be able to back out. This creature has a long reach. There's this great distance, so its threat range encompasses. So
you're not
necessarily leaving its threat space if you go over the berm and get
So-
into the tree.
Okay, sure. Terrific.
So if you
I'll
move
do
here
that. I'll get
to that space, I'll allow you to get underneath that actual tree, and then have total cover from the actual creature.
perfect. End of my turn.
All right, Nereus, you see Sir Dougal kind of scamper away from the actual creature, getting rabbit down into the actual underneath the tree. For that, Sir Dougal, I'm going to have you go prone, just FYI, to get underneath. So that is kind of the sacrifice to it, if you will. So Nereus,
Fair.
you see Sir Dougal kind of take total cover, getting underneath the tree as quickly as possible. The creature is sensing the movement and looking in the direction, but it's still moving side to side. And it seems to be now kind of turning and rotating its body in between both Sir Dougal and Indigo.
I hate the mountains. He's gonna kind of lazily raise a hand and conjure up a giant wave of water as he's gonna cast Tidal Wave.
Okay.
Guess who needs Fireball, guys? Guess what would be immune to Fireball? This guy.
Your hindsight is crystalline.
All right, so the creature is going to fail with a 7. As it's hit by the actual tidal wave, it takes 18 points of bludgeoning damage. As it's kind of hit by the wave, you see it kind of move its head from side to side, violently shaking back and forth as the water kind of connects and then slowly kind of vaporizes off of its actual body. And then it kind of slowly is slithering back into the hole. At this point, only 10 feet of its actual space above is above the actual there, and it constitutes the frightened condition.
Is it prone as well?
This creature cannot actually be technically prone in this state, in the way that it is. I think for the sake of advantages, I'll go ahead and say it's prone, simply because it gives you advantage. Better yet, I'm probably going to take off the prone status, and then I'll actually give it a little bit of a
Sure. That's it for him.
lay on flank status. Is that it? Okay. So the creature continues to move down into the earth, and slowly and surely is fully in the ground. This intense rumbling begins to happen underneath the actual earth. Continues to rumble for a brief period of time. The rumble itself becomes increasing. Creature's still here, still within the area, just not in that same space. Rock, you're up.
Okay. In character, do I actually know if or how this thing is sensing us? 'Cause my initial thought is I'm gonna move, but try to be quiet, not to make any tremors like in that movie. But I don't know if I would actually be able to intuit that in character.
That's up to you. I think this is a completely character backstory versus experiences. I think that it's up to I don't think have you actually faced a creature that's like this? Have you ever seen a subterranean creature like this? Do you have the wisdom, like the passive perception, to pick up on, or the passive investigation to pick up on the fact that it seems to be sensing movement? I mean, that's again not to. It's up to you. I think it's character. Up to the character. I think that like with Nereus, I don't know if Nereus would necessarily have experience with a creature such as this, but just maybe taking a kind of perceptions to the backdrop. The tidal wave, just like get out of here kind of thing. And that was pretty in character. So I think at this point for you, being a ranger, right? Maybe potentially going up against monstrous creatures at some point in your backstory, it seems. You might be at that point being like, okay, it seems to be perceiving with some other senses.
Plus with that nat 20, I might...
Yeah.
I'll quietly go as far as I can without dashing.
Okay. So,
And,
stealth then?
yeah.
Okay. Roll it.
What a great ranger build that doesn't have any stealth.
6. Okay. So as you're kind of trying to be stealthy on the snow, crunch, 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 crunch.
Okay. Well, at least I'm at full HP. I will also, already in action, I'll pull out my... Well, since I know I made a lot of noise, I'll pull out my warhammer instead of my bow. And ready an attack for if this guy comes after me.
Okay. Alright, Indigo.
Okay. What I'm thinking, no.
Does do it. Does do it.
Okay. Would you charge me an action or a bonus action if I went to Dougal and picked him up? Like not carried him, but got him out of his prone position.
So I mean, you're still technically grappling them, so that's gonna be an action. So you're attempting to grapple your friend to pick them up, right? So it's gonna be an action. They can obviously fail the throw, so they can automatically fail it. So you can do it. You can succeed, but it's still gonna be an action to do that. And then I won't have it cost you any movement to do that. Just an action.
Okay. Then I want to go 15 to him. Pick him up if he'll let me.
Okay.
And then I want to head away with him as far as I can get.
So what's your movement speed at right now? 40?
50.
50. So 50. You've gone 20.
15 to get to
15. Okay, so half movement speed off of that. So Quick math. God, that's always a bad number.
It's just 15 back because it's 35 divided.
Yeah, we'd round down. I was gonna round up.
No, well, if you let me to, if that's the action to pick him up, I'd like to bonus Step of the Wind and get another 25. 50 total, but 25 with him to keep going with him.
Okay. Are you just attempting to take as far as possible?
Yeah, I'd like to get him, like, just away from where he's at, like, to here, I think. That would be half of my bonus and then the 15 that you allot
I'll
for
let you
me,
go
something
there.
like that.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
I'll let you
and then the
swing-
key.
I'll let you swing surgical over the thicket.
I got you. And then I'll do the key point for the Step of the Wind, and that's it.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Okay. All right, Tardan, you're up.
Tardan's out. So I'm going to action dash, and I'm running down the road, and that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, Sir Dougal. You're muted.
I do have combat wild shape.
You
I
do.
am going to. Yeah, it's okay though. I'm going to. I'm going to bonus. I'm gonna move, action dash, bonus action rabbit hop to get. What is that? 75 feet of runaway distance. Unless, yeah, because that's one hit point. So I move in the easterly direction, 15 feet farther than the end of the map.
Okay. Did you just run down the road?
And
Okay.
he's screaming, the better part of valor, the better part of valor.
Okay. Anything else in your turn?
That's it.
All right. I'm gonna do your character sheet bonus action, then add combat wild shape. I honestly thought Druid's got it at third, but over my
I
head.
think it's second.
Second.
I
Yeah.
looked it
It's second for Circle of the Moon, I think.
Well, we retconned a retcon, but it still worked out. All right.
It's fine.
Nereus, you're up. Might have actually been the better to get the advantage, to be honest. All right, so Nereus, you're up.
All right. Nobody has said anything about this creature, really. Some people are trying to be quiet. Other people are running like. He doesn't want to run after Tardan because he feels like that's a stupid decision. So he's actually going to climb up on this cart.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just take the dodge action just in case.
Okay.
But I'll quietly climb on the cart. I'm happy to make a stealth check if you'd like. I mean,
That's up to you if you want to be
Sure,
quiet
yeah,
about it.
yeah. I mean, as quietly as you can get on a cart.
Sure. Go ahead and roll stealth. I'll take off the dodge. Okay. Very slowly, ever so slowly get up on. I actually think that probably Rock, you try to be stealthy and crunch the snow. You probably don't see Darius at this point, except for the shadows of inside of the maybe the wagon is kind of moved a little bit, but that's it.
I just look up and all my friends are gone, and there's a worm about to eat me.
Well, Nereus is never your friend, so
Wow.
take comfort in that.
This is the... This happened in the other group too. Someone I thought was my friend.
That wasn't me. That certainly was not
He's
me.
an employee, remember?
An intense rumble begins to happen through the earth again, somewhat of a miniature quake. Rock and Nereus, it seems to move away from you. Tardan seems to be just underneath you. In a split second, it emerges, exploding from the actual earth, trying to bite you at the same time that it's emerging of the actual ground. It's going to go in for a target still in a frightened condition from the actual effect previously that just hit it. It does land a 28 against you. Tardan, you take 45 points of piercing and fire damage as it bites into your flesh. You're also this point. I'm going to move just out of the way. You are restrained by this creature in the actual thralls of this creature's mouth. It was successfully as it emerged up from the actual ground, bit, kept you into the mouth, and now is hovering in the actual space above, about 25 feet or so from the actual hole that has just emerged as it's attempting to swallow you. That's going to be the end of the creature's turn. Brock, you're up.
All right. I just said that I was getting my warhammer out. Now I want to use my bow. This guy needs to make up his mind. Can I switch to my bow and still use it?
You can if you drop your warhammer. Because you can do one object interaction per turn, so you can drop it for free and then pull out your bow for free.
True.
Yeah. Okay. I'll drop it, even though... Okay, let me do a quick tactical assessment of the value of my shield and my thing. Okay, I'm dropping the hammer, whatever.
It goes into the snow.
Bonus action, I will cast magic weapon.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and I'll edit the longbow real quick for you. Probably the easiest way to do it because it's per weapon basis.
I will shoot this creature. I will shoot at the creature.
All right. So your first longbow strike after using, I believe, the bonus action there for the spell to get that up. Get concentrated as well. 13 is not going to actually penetrate through the chitin shell as it does kind of the arrow flies and kind of crumples into the thick chitin shell of the creature and almost kind of burns up, if you will, from the arrows made of wood.
That's fine because Slayer's Prey only activates once per turn.
18 is going to hit this creature as you are able to get through. 11 points of piercing damage with an additional 1 from the Slayer's Prey, total of 12. As it doesn't land, it kind of thunks into the chitin, disappears into some soft, meaty flesh. This creature kind of continues its fixation and focus on potentially swallowing your friend.
Well, I could call out, like, smile, you son of a... But I don't think that's going to distract it from its meal, so I will end my turn.
All right, Indigo, you're up.
All right. I am going to call out to Tardan and say, I hope you have some tricks up your sleeve. This is the only trick I've got, and I'm gonna run up to it again.
Okay.
And even though I know I'm gonna get burned, I want to save my friend, so I'm gonna try to hit him and stunning strike it if I can land it.
Okay, going for a strike. All right, 17 is going to hit this creature as you crunch through, doing 5 points of bludgeoning damage. After hitting with this and crunching through the chitin, you are burned. You take 14 points of fire damage just from that as it kind of incinerates into your hands, scalding it. Now almost unusable your hands are, but you did land the blow. It's going to take 5 points of bludgeoning damage from that, and then go for the stunning.
Yep.
Did you use it?
Should have.
Or did you just suspend it? I can roll manually if you want. Manual coming through. All right. The DC of 14, I believe, is the con save there for yours. It actually got a 10 on its Constitution saving throw. It is stunned from this particular effect. As it's stunned, kind of takes the blow, kind of pierces back a little bit. It's kind of sliding side to side from that particular condition that you have put across it. Now, a stunned creature is incapacitated. As such, it can't take actions or reactions. It can't move, can't speak, if it was able to kind of talk, it obviously automatically fails strength next to your saving throws. And the creature also, you have a kind of advantage against this creature just moving side to side in this kind of state of kind of wobbliness. Tardan, you actually in the mouth, the clutches of the jaws are still down. So you actually are technically still restrained, but now that it's moving, you see there's almost like this tightening, almost relaxation. There's these little gaps that were normally opening and closing from the movement of the creature, and now it's just left kind of open, suggesting that just requires the action, maybe just an automatic success at that point. Who knows? So, good to go. Seems to be successful, and your stun is moving side to side.
That's my only trick, and I'll take the other 30, heading toward Dougal,
Okay.
and then, oh god, man, I don't want to use it. I feel like Tardan has tricks up his sleeve, so I'm gonna bust another key point for Step of the Wind, then I'll go another 50, 45 off the map.
45 off the map, so put you at 45 and move you adjacent
Yes,
to.
Okay. And I have one key point left. That's it. I'm done.
All right. Tardan in the clutches of its jaws, 25 feet up in the air.
So Tardan is going to talk to himself, and he's going to say that he really doesn't want to go out like this, so he's going to give himself some bardic inspiration because, why not? And then he will. He's got to psych himself up, He's like, oh, I can either die in here or I can try to get out. And then he'll do the action to try to get out of the mouth.
All right. So acrobatics or athletics.
I rolled like crap.
All right, 12. This creature is stunned, so just taking the action is going to guarantee success, as it can't react necessarily to attempt to kind of fight and keep you inside of the actual mouth. As such, I'm going to go ahead and move you 5 feet. However, you are still up in the air. You're 25 feet up in the air. As you pull outside of the actual creature's mouth, you do know at this distance you will incur fall damage. Technically, you're kind of clutched and grabbing onto the creature just on the outside as the heat is dissipating away from it. It's getting quite hot and unruly. As you see a blanket of snow, and you hope for the best. Maybe, who knows?
How tall are these rocks?
Those rocks range from 4 to 5 feet tall.
Only Tardan would think jumping to rocks as opposed to snow would be a better idea. That's out of character. That's not even an in-character comment.
I have reasons for the rocks, okay? I was just asking. If they happen to be 20 feet tall, then I don't take fall damage if I can make the jump.
But then you're stuck on a rock that's 20 feet in the air.
Look, I'm hoping he loses track of me after being stunned. God, I don't know what to do here. I guess I'm just gonna try to jump up here in between the rocks where the snow looks the thickest.
All right. So as you make the leap of faith, jumping the blanket of snow, Tardan, you incur 2 points of fall damage. You, as you land, are unconscious.
Not the wizard first.
You see it start to jump on the creature's back. Disappears into the blanket of snow. Explodes hours, does not get back up. Tardan, you will make the saving throws at the start of your next turn. Oh, it's too good. Beautiful.
I had a 1 in 6 chance of living there. It's fine.
That's good. All right. Anything else on your turn? Nah.
Nope.
Yes, you are unconscious. Sure, Dougal. Continuing to run, yeah?
Watching Tardan get spit out of the mouth of this thing has given me pause. If I were to break up my turn as movement, wild shape, do I get the new shape's movement fresh again?
Good question. That question is easily answered by the red gods, in that the movement speed of your movement is subtracted from that of the actual movement speed of the creature. So you still will encompass the movement speed of the creature. You will just subtract the value that you
Got
already
it.
done.
Nothing gained, but nothing.
Yeah, in a way, it's like you're
Necessarily
moving the
lost.
movement speed of yourself, and then you've tired out a little bit, but then you assume maybe this natural form that may has a little bit more speed to it, being, you know, maybe it's like a bear or wolf is on all fours, so you're getting a benefit of still increasing movement speed, but you're also not getting potentially
Right. I can't drag him out far enough that it's meaningful, because it would take me too much movement to get to him. And if we leave him there, he's going to get eaten. I think honor compels me to run back in and distract the creature to give one of my comrades an opportunity to get Tardan out of there. Sir Dougal sees Tardan get chewed up and spit out. He about faces. He stows his rapier, and he just starts running at the creature, jumps, turns into a bear, and lands in an attack, lunging at the creature.
Okay. So you got the combat wild shape, right? So bonus action wild shape. So go ahead and do it the way as we kind of discussed. Begin to the bear form there. As you kind of run, full dash, not full dash, but just full speed. You kind of leap into the air, and then your kind of tears, a different kind of a visceral effect happens as your clothes are almost assumed and torn into the actual creature's flesh, and then the fur kind of sprouts from it, and the mouth of the bear kind of comes out. So go for the bite first.
You know what I don't see?
Attacks
Bite.
for the.
Found it. I got it. I found it.
Oh, it's there.
But it's advantage because
Well, it's
he's
stunned. Yeah, it'll automatically give it to you.
incapacitated.
It's stunned. Yeah, so it should give you advantage.
Oh, why didn't it work? Clicking on it. That's something. That's
All right.
pitiful.
25
Bite.
is going to hit 8 points of piercing damage on the bite. So you can
A
punch
claw.
down 25 of the claws. It's going to hit 16 points of slashing damage dealt, dealing 16 and 8 bite. Put that there and that 8 there. Now, as you come and you bite, and you come in for the claw attack, just by taking the melee attacks in this range, even though it is
Yes.
in an incapacitated state, you incur fire damage from this particular creature. You take 20 points of fire damage. So
Oh.
you incinerate your actual fur and burn as you kind of bite, claw into it. To continue now in full bear form. Creature does seem to have wounds and lacerations in chitin's flesh, and is kind of pouring out this bubbling reddish blood. And as it reaches the actual air itself, it kind of catches fire a little bit, suggesting kind of this combustible properties.
Man, screwed. I will, because it's his turn coming up.
The monk's stun, it actually will continue until the end. Then he goes next turn.
Into my turn.
We're gonna go all the way around until the end.
Oh, till the end of his turn.
Because I.
Oh, awesome.
Monks, baby, stun! Oh, I
awesome.
stunned for days, multiple times. It's so balanced.
Dude, that's so awesome. Okay, I think I have 10 feet of movement left. Can I just get my body between the creature and Tardan?
Yeah, I'll let you go there.
Perfect.
That's your meal.
You tried to eat me once.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. Nereus, you're up.
All right, well, every instinct in Nereus' body is telling him to stay on the cart or run away, but he knows what a disaster this group is, so I guess his better judgment, he'll double move running up to there.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Creature stunned. Rocker.
I had to cough right as my turn came up.
Now, moving into this
gonna be
position,
interesting.
Harak, with your passive perception, let me interrupt you. With your passive perception moving to this position, you've gone actually a little bit higher in altitude and actually see stretched to the north side, about 100 or so feet, and actually off this map, is the actual edge of Lake Kith. Harak, you're up.
Okay. The player isn't smart enough to put two and two together.
Make the observation as you will, you just have the passive perception that allows that, so. Up to you.
I will. I guess as I'm shooting this guy, yet again, I'll call out that the lake is over there, and if anyone wants to read meaning into it, then I allow it.
Alright, 14 points of damage dealt with the longbow strike as it goes towards the head region as it does land. It goes into one of the compound eyes and seems to kind of sit within it for a little bit before it kind of burns up.
And one more.
Net 20!
Just without the Slayer's prey damage. It's so sad.
Slayer's Prey? I thought it's always bro. Isn't that right?
It's just on the. It's just one per turn.
Okay. 18 points of piercing damage dealt. Critical lands, this time in the same eye. 1, 2. Zzz, zzz, so they go into the eye. Slowly burned up. Creature is still alive. Still wobbling from the stun.
Oh.
Alright, Indigo. You're running away. You hear Bear growl. And sure enough, turn and look a little bit. Strugle's not with you.
Dougal is not with me, and Tardan's trick up his sleeve was falling in the embankment. So I shall. Okay, I'm gonna go my 50 feet back toward the group, but I'm assuming, okay, 45 off the map back this way, and then maybe like to there. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Coming back this way.
If you're coming in. At
And then once I'm there, I'm going to actually. I'm gonna healer's kit myself as an action.
And then we add also something else, I believe.
Yeah,
Your
the and
hit
then my
points.
level, character level, so 5 plus that.
Yeah, so 15.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna call out. I've got Tardan. Do we make for the lake or do we stand still? I'm gonna throw the question out there, and then that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Because I need the key for healing him. So
Alright, ending your turn, the creature is no longer stunned. So it just kind of begins to move its body kind of in a normal kind of pattern. Stretches and looks. It seems to be kind of moving in all directions as a series of clicks and echoes begin to sprout out from the creature. Alright, we go to the first death saving throw. Tardan. Let it rip. Ooh, one step closer to life. Awesome. All right, Sir Dougal.
Um. Okay. Right. I'm not going to attack because it's just going to kill me. Um. No, I have to. So there's a feature that I haven't used it before. I think there's a feature that allows me to like burn spell slots while in wild shape
So you
as a
can
bonus action, right?
yeah. I mean any wild shape. So basically, if you wanted to basically take away a spell slot, so like a first level spell slot, I believe it's a D8. So you get a D8 roll for health back.
I don't see the thing, so I'm just going to roll a d8.
I got the book in front of me, if it matters. It says bonus action 1d8.
It's in the large wild. The wild shape feature is so huge. Like there's a lot in there.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge.
It has it in there.
I'll
That's
just
there.
manually make it.
Yeah, if you want to manually
Great.
do it.
2 points. Fantastic. Splendid. It was so worth it. And then I'm going to... Man. I'm going to recklessly attack because the best defense is a good offense.
Hold your attack, Jungle.
I will. It's exactly what I was going to say, though. I'm going to ready in action, which is my reckless multi-attack, and the trigger will be the beginning of its next turn. And that's it.
So you're gonna hold attack until the beginning of its next turn.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Nereus, you're up.
All right. If any of you thought Nereus looked pissed when he's dealing with Tardan, this is like completely separate as he's forcing himself to walk right up next to this creature. Looking up at this towering thing. Wouldn't you rather hear what I have to say? And he is going to use Hypnotic Gaze to try and charm and incapacitate this creature.
So you move up, building movement in this particular space. It slowly turns around, looks towards you. So you let out your hypnotic gaze, stretch into
It's him singing, but you know, it features Hypnotic Gaze.
Yeah, I mean it's you're maybe entrancing and singing at the same time. Do we hear vocals here? Let's hold on. Hold on, Will. Let's look at some singing. You're on the spot. Just kidding. Unless you really want it.
You have the vocals.
I have the vocals.
I sent them
that's
to you.
right. You sent them. Yeah, they. I've attempted to do them 3 times, and it seems like there's issues. So I will attempt to continue to work on that. I do have vocals. That's true. Okay, caught me there, Will. Oh, damn it. So as you kind of let out your song, and you begin to kind of seduce the creature through the gaze and through the singing, it would seem that this effect is proper. It is taking on the kind of entrance. There's almost a magical kind of enthralling that this effect does. That's not necessarily kind of piercing into the mind of the creature. It's more of this enchanting. It's almost hanging on the words and the not really the words, but the vibrations of your vocal cords, right? That it's kind of taking in. As such, it is in a charmed state, so it's going to be there, and then it's also in an incapacitated state, I believe, based on the actual conditions, and it's just kind of hovering there and kind of sliding side to side and kind of continuing with the voice, with the singing that's there, and taking in the tones. It seems to have an effect.
Take all the time you need to get Tardan up. I can do this all day.
All right, so now we come to the creature as it kind of continues to move side to side. That's going to trigger your actual held there. So go ahead and take your held.
Can I? Okay. I was going to ask. It is absolutely what I declared as the held action, but seeing the result of his turn, can I not amend it? or do I have to stay faithful to it?
You have to stay faithful to it. You declared it, and there was the conditions based on the
Right.
fact when this creature's next turn, start of its next turn, you will take that. So you can take your bite.
I was expecting damage, Nereus. I was expecting damage.
Held actions are tricky. You always gotta make the long drawn,
You darn
paragraph
tootin'.
forms.
Okay, here it comes.
Coming in. 21's gonna hit.
That should be advantage, though, no?
It's incapacitated, so it's not necessarily an advantage. It's just locked on necessarily. It's not stunned, right? So it's still aware, but it's fixated right on the tones. As you strike in with the bite and you kind of take it in, you go with your claws first and kind of rake, kind of climbing up the side of the creature at the distance, similar to a bear would do of a tree looking for some honey. And continue to, as your paws are kind of burning, and then you grab with the bite and you can hang on to the neck and you rip a large piece of the chitin flesh out of the chitin shell off, and the blood kind of pours out, kind of burning and then catching flames, incinerating as you kind of drop down upon the actual floor. You are going to take some fire damage, but that's pretty irrelevant, as you did 14 damage there with the bite. I believe that is going to be enough as the creature is defeated.
Oh!
Creature kind of, with the chitin kind of burning off of its actual neck, kind of jowl region for the segments, the blood continues to pour down. Its incinerating vaporization process is still happening. Acid now kind of bubbles through the actual blood, through the throat, and then it kind of falls into the hole for a brief moment and then topples down to the side towards the east and kind of falls down on the ground, and it's just unmoving.
The bear sits down and starts, licking its wounds.
Was I not clear enough, Dougal?
The bear looks at you. You can see, you know what you can see? I'll give you this. You can see my squire, Monsieur Redwall, is imitating you. He's he's mocking you a little bit with some tood. He's giving you some tood. Dougal looks bad, dude. Dougal looks terrible. Dougal looks worse than you've ever seen him.
Still is somewhat of an unconscious trance-like state, so your eyes are open and you're still tired.
I'm sure we can leave him here. That stone will heal him in the snow or something. It's fine.
Pardon, you are fully awake at this point, badly wounded.
I put a hand on him.
What the hell?
You got him, man. Good freaking job. And I pick him up.
I jumped out. I hit the ground. What do you mean?
Don't encourage him.
Where did the bear come from?
The bear, we don't know. Dougal is lost. The bear came to our aid from the woods. You killed it, though. It's very confusing in this dire hour, my friend. But you're alive, hey. And
All right, well, let's get the hell out.
Oh, nope. I am going to inspect the shit out of this thing because I am super curious about it.
So you're going to go over to the creature. Creature's still hot. Heat slowly now dissipating as the blood oozes out through the actual hole itself. The acid kind of going through. Continues to bubble through. I do want to ask Sir Dougal, are you still in the bear form?
I am.
Okay.
Just because the other form has a single hit point.
Sure.
So
you can't talk. He's obviously intelligence and wisdom,
Right.
but you can't talk.
Right. No, I can't speak.
I want to say probably roleplay wise, I'm imagining this bear having a little bit of the coloration of your own fur, your herringon fur, and then also maybe even having little ears kind of coming out.
Right.
Because they
The
have the
ears are a
bear,
little too long
you got the
for a
bear ears,
bear.
but they're
Right.
like too long, right? Kind of
The
coming.
tail is the same, really. I mean, the tail kind of stays the same.
Yeah. So we have potential inspecting the creature. So
Yeah.
who's up first? So we got Rock. Are you doing that as well?
Yeah, I don't usually do this, but I want to get some kind of trophy from this guy.
Okay. Nereus, are you continuing to move? Okay, sounds good.
He's not moving that far ahead, but he doesn't
I'm gonna
care
put-
about inspecting a dead body.
Yeah, I'll put you at like 40 feet or something, right?
Yeah, he's just looking out.
Right, so if you're inspecting the body, if you're looking for a trophy, so you can either make an investigation check or you can do a survival check, right? So if it's survival, if you're going to kind of pluck a piece of trophy off or whatever, or investigation if you're looking maybe toward more of the mechanics of the creature in a way.
I'm not concerned with understanding monsters, just slaying them.
All right, so
Oh boy.
put in your inventory insectoid antenna trophy. Just as a placeholder, you're probably unsure of the value of it and whatnot, but it's kind of the only thing you can imagine you can take that's small enough, and is also not nearly as hazardous to potentially travel with.
I'm gonna get back home and my arrival is gonna be like, you just killed a really big pill bug or something. I'll have to angrily insist that it was a monster.
It's a monster, I swear.
Oh, that's all I was gonna do. I'm gonna go find Nereus.
Okay. And then Indigo, are you continuing your investigation here? Trying to
Yeah, absolutely. Notebook, journals came out, and I'm trying to take notes as to anatomy, particularly the sensor thing that you were talking about, the body, the heat, like anything like that.
Okay. So roll investigation. You can do a nature check as well. Investigation 16. So there's many different antennae, probably about 8 or 10 of them, different kind of sensory and kind of like a 3D kind of kaleidoscope type deal, and how it maybe potentially subterranean, so it requires multiple different organs to understand how deep it actually is versus the ground above. The clicking sounds and the echoes, similar to that to like maybe echolocation in different ways. It's just trying to interpret space over long distances, so it uses that and the reverb as it comes back. Beyond that, with the 16, you could probably immediately tell that the blood itself has something related to the heat that the creature generates right off the bat. The blood immediately kind of reacts to oxygen, maybe in the air. Nitrogen could be some other gas, but it kind of it continues to ignite, right, as it kind of exposed. Potentially, that kind of has some sort of mechanism inside that's contained. This creature, just by the look of it, and the way that it is, it seems rather odd that it would be searching for food in the valley. It potentially must eat much larger creatures than yourselves, given that its mouth and its throat, and as well as its teeth. So it's quite odd that it's in the lower end of this, it's just even in the valley, I should say, so off the mountains.
Outstanding. I finish my notes, and then journal snaps shut, goes in the belt.
Okay.
And I look around to make sure everybody's moving in the same direction.
Okay. Continuing on, pressing forward. Tardan?
I am going to follow along behind them. However, as I walk, I'm going to kind of grab the necklace and almost like ask why there was no assistance there.
Okay. And to kind of ask, trying to find what you imagine the same connection as you felt before, right? In the kind of conflict and kind of the feeling of that, and you're trying to embrace that. Nothing seems to come from it. There's nothing that you're feeling from it. There's no fact. Nothing. It seems kind of cold and lifeless at the present moment.
I'm just gonna follow behind everyone, kind of still in a daze.
So through that combat, I put the file, your call, Nereus, into a different format.
Well, we'll just have to wait till he sings to properly hear it.
Well,
He's offered twice, and both times has been rejected. So.
Rebuffed.
so Nereus, you taking the charge down the road, as the rest of your party now kind of forms in and begins to kind of come to. I'm going to go ahead and activate the continent map. I'm also going to ping the stream view to put you in position of where you can kind of go down the road, and the actual lake itself almost comes nearby the road itself, it seems. You can see kind of the edge 70 some odd feet away of the actual embankment of snow as it kind of rolls a little bit, and then you have that large expanse. Something comes to you, Nereus, as you're kind of in the lead, kind of moving past and traversing just roughly 35-40 feet down the actual road itself, and it actually is your call to you. And I hope that it worked, because I changed the file format. Seconds of it, it stops, and it seems to come from the direction of the lake.
Without saying anything, he'll just start leading him towards the lake. He'll walk towards the lake. I guess he's in the front. So.
Okay.
We can see the deviation, right?
Yeah, he's just gone
they're-
completely north. I mean, he's just diverged north, heading towards the lake. It's about 60 feet. This embankment is. It's the expanse begins to happen through some thickets.
Hey, Nereus, where are we going, buddy? We just got attacked. You really think going off the road is the best idea?
The creature doesn't like water. I don't see the problem in making a quick stop.
The creature's dead, my friend.
Oh. Is that the only one in the mountains?
It's the only one that tried to kill us.
Well, I am your guide. So, we're going to the lake for a moment, alright?
Okay, have fun. I keep walking down the road the other way.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow Nereus.
You can go with Indigo. Tardan.
Tartar's just gonna shrug and he's gonna head down the road then.
I'm gonna go
Okay.
with Nereus.
All right.
I look at Dougal and I'm like, buddy, we need to rest before we go randomly off track. Yeah? Or is he still in bear form? Am I talking to him fucking bear right now?
I don't
It's a
know.
bear.
I don't know how much time's gone by, but yeah, I think I'm still a bear.
Okay,
10,
then
10 minutes or so. Not
I'm
really,
gonna
just gathering
I'm gonna
movement.
give him I'm gonna give him one of these and maybe he gets it possibly.
Yeah, I'm not stupid. I am just lost my ability to form words.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looking for like,
sorry,
we can,
wild
yeah.
shape.
Yeah.
I can still understand you. I think I can still understand you. I retain my mental faculties. I just can't.
Yeah, you
Yeah, I
retain
just
mental
can't
faculties.
It's a
You
new
can
point. I
understand.
have no idea. Okay, he can understand me,
I mean, you
Yeah,
can
but
nod.
but he can't speak to
Does
me.
not have the correct kind of ability
Right. I
to
don't have the
form
vocal
words.
cords to. Right.
Yeah. So, can growl at you.
Okay. Then I'm just saying I'd like to find a place where we can heal up because we're all hurt. Like, I think that's the priority.
I can throw up a dome. We don't have to,
It's
use it
fine.
for the full 8 hours.
Dougal, I wasn't expecting the party to split up again. Dougal had just said, I just wrote that Dougal was following Tardan because he was closely, because he seemed hurt the most. So I suppose I'm still doing that.
Okay. So Tardan, Sir Dougal, and Indigo, you all three are continuing down the road. Is that correct?
Uh,
I wouldn't say
thought-
continuing, like just
Just
if
stopping
they
there.
start to if they start to venture off, maybe like we find a place just right there to maybe just rest
Throw
for
up
a
a
minute.
tiny hut.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. So you start to ritualize right off the road, kind of distance away from the actual creature down the road, and you're kind of a little bit there where Nereus has gone off, and then Harak, you're kind of chasing and following, right? And then again, this is only going to be right 60 some odd feet, right? You can see Nereus is going out, so it's not very far away. You're able to. All right. So I'm going to keep your tokens. This is actual map here. So I'll actually allow your tokens here. So I'll bring you all onto this particular map. So Nereus, Rock in tow, right? The rest of the party, 60 feet off, back at the actual road. You now see the kind of protrusion of Lake Kif kind of forming outwards and outstretching, and then the rolling embankment and the ice scape slightly covered in snow as the wind kind of continuously pushes and kind of pushes it off. You come to the edge of this Nereus, and the call once more occurs. Almost picks up right where it left off.
Do I also hear it?
You do not, Rock.
Okay.
Does it sound like it's coming from the lake, or?
That's correct. Sounds like it's coming from the lake.
Harok, could you use your warhammer to bust open this ice, please?
Okay, I'm going to, without comment, do exactly that. Actually, right before I do that, does my character know anything about this lake that might be relevant?
You can either roll a nature check or a history check.
Oh, nature. It's the same modifier.
9.
It's not very good.
Lake Kif, I mean, you might see it on the map. You might know about it through passing. It's a large, expansive frozen lake.
Alright. Well, I'm about to gather some data about it. About how it reacts to being hit with a hammer.
Okay. You go to strike it, no check needed. You begin to break apart. Upon the shoreline, it's a little bit thin, right? Considering how thick it could be. Still several inches that you actually have to break through. Continuing the warhammer across the ice, splintering and splintering. It's not necessarily like back up at the pass on the north side or that moving water. This is a stagnant, right? So it's allowing it to build up. And so you have to really take your time kind of pushing. And even then, the ice most likely continues. And the snow embankment just kind of covers over. And so you're mainly on ice at this point. And so you're able to kind of chip away and form enough space at this point in areas that you imagine you can actually get in, maybe swim through. Now kind of cracking through the ice and looking in just the water. The water is crystal clear, very perfect and coloration. There's also kind of a bit and pieces of potentially kind of vegetation that you're kind of seeing as it drops deep very quickly. So even here, as you crack the ice, it looks to be roughly 3.5 feet deep, and then just tanks in its actual depth. You're not able to see anything else just because of the angle, as well as a couple other factors there, but it seems to maybe have its own habitat underneath the actual surface, which is very common in frozen lakes.
Okay, he'll like basically kneel down next to it, and he'll kind of just tip his head over and like just fully submerge his entire head and kind of look out upside down, right? Because he can breathe underwater, and just he's not gonna submerge himself, just his head. So he's gonna kind of look and listen.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pull you to a scene.
You guys are probably like, WTF is this guy?
Also, go ahead and pause it. So as you submerge your head, your call continues towards you as it echoes through, kind of bubbling a little bit more through the actual water. What you can see here in the distance, as you're kind of stretching outwards, seems to be something odd, right? You're noticing there's fishes and there's rocks that are large and expansive. Many of them are kind of a little bit of different shape and variety. There's many different fish species, a little bit of crabs, large and tall, kind of crawling underneath. Again, there's a whole ecosystem here. Within the murky, cold water, so near the bottom, it's a little bit murky, right? It's some of the actual dirt from the fish is being kicked up. You see deep down, 80 feet, is the glowing of small orbs in the same vicinity as the call is emerging. It appears that the orbs themselves are on some sort of pedestals, and they are kind of embedded into a large slab of perfectly cut stone, as if the piece of stone is from a single piece, not tiled or bricked or cobbled. Underneath, etched into the actual rock and dirt lake floor around this particular area, so no dirt necessarily in this particular area, there's magical runes, and they seem to be grooved and embedded into the depths of that. Now, normally, a creature probably couldn't actually see, but being a merfolk, your eyes are really adapted to seeing underwater environments, and the light giving off is clear, able to kind of get a really good detail of what's there. In the center of this actual kind of piece is this towering kind of 12-foot statue of an armored figure, and it sits upon the large slab of stone. At the center of its chest is a very interesting symbol, and refers the Elvish word for inner flame. Now, to you, Nereus, this symbol is the symbol of Knights of Beer. They are the Knights of Beer. They're held in high esteem in the Wizard's Keep.
Okay, he'll pull his head back up and look at Harak.
You don't hear that, do you?
Hear. I'm gonna answer the question with a question. Hear what?
It's a voice second only to my own.
No, I do not.
There's something down there. I'm gonna take a closer look.
And he'll just start taking off, his jacket and shirt and backpack.
Okay.
You can't breathe underwater, right?
No.
How unfortunate for you.
And he will just dive in.
Okay. So you dive in, you begin to swim down, headed for this space. The call itself continues, slightly louder and louder as you get to the space. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly where it's originating. It just seems to kind of origin from the expanse of the statue and surrounding. Now, coming upon the orbs and seeing the pedestals, they're made of the solid stone itself from the actual foundation. So it seems that they're kind of pedals that come up that are of the same stone, and they kind of wrap around and kind of curl a little bit around these orbs. And they almost swirl with the vortex of energy and kind of vibrate and hum the actual air around as they're kind of twirling and twisting. What's interesting about it, based on your intelligence just passively here, is the colorations of these orbs. You have one that is somewhat black, changing the color there. You have a green, you have a red, you have a gold, you have a silver, and you have white. The colorations of them and how they're swirling and mixing with the actual airspace, and the difference of colorations of these actual orbs is odd. Now, the material of the orbs, it seems to be some sort of crystal, as there's a tiny bit of fractals within. You can actually see some of the actual, you can actually see potentially the refraction of the light from the actual ice cape above, as if any light is able just to reach a little bit. You see some of the glimpses, right, of the fractals, and then the light kind of emerges from the epicenter of the actual orbs. Coming to the statue, now coming in face front of it, seems to be a large version of some sort of female humans. There's actual hair draping down from it. The features as well are kind of coming to a point of the human. There's also a kind of the embodiment of the hips, and a noting as well as the name. This particular individual's name written upon the stone, it just states "Lady of the Water." But the symbol, which is only known, right? You've seen that symbol before, that Knight of your symbol. You know, this particular figure is that. I mean, they're armored the same way. It's wielding the same similar weapon, sheath kind of position, kind of crest down with the head down, and it's almost like a picture-perfect kind of snapshot of the figure that's slightly enlarged and then embodied in stone. The call continues. You get down towards the end of the room, and seeing what's on a couple of fish kind of moving by, and they're kind of staying away. So from the actual humming, from the actual vibrations of the water, and so no fish is swimming through in this space. Some of them are quite large, and the humming, through the actual humming, there's a voice, and it kind of comes outwards in the undertone, and the voice is that of Professor Bilsby Gubblesworth. Nereus? Was that you?
Professor? I didn't know you liked the water.
It's something that I was told that you must see. I don't know where I am.
Are you alive? It's a good question.
I don't know. I think so. Maybe not. It's dark and black. I've been here for a time. For that, it's all fade. Seems quite puzzling.
Well, it's nice to hear your voice. Speak with an intellectual for a change.
It's nice to hear your voice too. I was very troubled by what had happened.
Yes.
Did your people live? Are you alive?
I am. And most of my people got away. But I believe the keep is likely no more, or at least destroyed by the dragons.
It's troubling. Dragons. Great winged beasts. Primal.
Yes.
While he's talking, he's going to kind of examine the runes on the ground. He hasn't swam over them yet, but he just wants to see if he can kind of figure out if they're actually magical, like if they do anything, what they might say.
Okay. These runes themselves, as you're beginning to analyze them, they have a quality of draconic about them, which is a language that Knights of Beer are kind of taught within the Wizard's Keep, going back to the draconic bloodlines of Gold and Red primarily. The draconic runes, as you're kind of looking in the actual language, it's foreign to you, this language. But it seems to repeat in patterns, particularly patterns of 6. These runes, as they're continuing wrapping around. You should make an Arcana check. "13. Something about the runes and the pattern of 6 relates primarily to the orbs that surround. Voice of Professor continues through the undertone. I think it's ready. I'm feeling an urge. Why don't you come here? And, well, voice kind of grumbles. And the red one is telling me to touch that. It's weird. It's. What are you telling me? No. No. You don't have to. I don't know where I am.
I don't want to grow scales. I'm traveling with someone who did. They look dreadful on him.
I don't
he
know
already
what's
looks
going on.
dreadful, so-
I'm confused.
Alright, well, I'll be right back. I have some companions that I hope they can hold their breath.
Oh,
Until it kind of turn and swim away back to the surface.
okay.
I don't know how he was probably gone a while. I don't know.
Yeah,
So
you've been gone an
15
advance
minutes
of
or
time.
something, half
At this
an
point, it's
hour.
about 11:30 at this point, right? Because given the battle, maybe Rocky at this point talking and getting down there. Good amount of time.
Harok, can you hold your breath?
For how long?
Not very. There's something you should see. It's odd, and I don't want to mention it to people that will do anything for a necklace, but there are 6 orbs down there with colors familiar to R5.
Well, just pull me out if I lose consciousness.
Don't worry, you're the one that pays me.
Alright, I'm going to... Actually, can I like put one of my pitons, like hammer it down on the shore, like tie a rope to it, and one around my waist, just so I don't get trapped under ice?
Yeah, you could probably put the piton in the actual ice itself. It's pretty sturdy and thick. You might be able to stomp it through. Do that on the shore as well because there's ice underneath the snow. So, not a problem.
Alright.
How much rope you have is really the question.
That's true. Maybe I should go out, like, toward the center of the lake and kind of go just straight down. Or would it be too thick out there? I'm just gonna go in. No rope. That's stupid.
No rope. It's going in. All right.
Yeah, Nereus will just kind of. Are you a good swimmer? I don't know. I guess you don't have a swim speed, so. I don't. What is normal swim speed? Half?
Half movement speed. Yep.
So he'll just lead the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So both of you going down now?
Yeah, this gonna set a record for dumbest death.
I can't believe your character is following a wizard underwater.
Into a frozen lake.
It's called character growth. Jeez.
Hey, you saw character growth from Nereus this time. He didn't run away. He ran towards the danger.
All right, I'm going to pull you both to the scene.
Well, you know, to destroy it, I have to know what it is.
So as you dive down, Nereus leading the way. At this point in Karak, it's quite cold. It's difficult. Nereus, you're kind of accustomed to being in aqueous environments, not necessarily cold, so you're trying to maybe feeling the chill a little bit from the actual icy water itself. Rock moving slowly, right? It's kind of encompassing you. And you notice that you most likely will not be able to stay in the space for quite a deal longer. Harak, you don't hear this call that's happening. This is just to Nereus. Even as you approach, you don't hear it. You hear the whirling and the twist. You can feel the twisting and the vibration of energy. You can see the similar things that are up in front of you, but you don't hear this call. Nereus, the professor, begins to kind of go towards you. Are you ready? It seems to be quite frantic and unevenly paced. Rock, you don't hear this. Rock, instead, you actually hear the voice of your two loving parents, Bach and Maeve. In the backdrop, you hear a slight little howl kind of come through. A similar howl to that of Argoth. Father's first to speak. Rock, is that you? Boy, come. See the gold orb begin to glow slightly. Your pup is waiting for you.
I just realized I wasn't pushing to talk. I was just
You're
talking
talking the whole time.
like an idiot. Okay. So I think in character I don't trust that this is real. This is some wizard trying to pull something on me. But I will go and touch the gold orb.
This is assuredly a trap, so I will do it.
I will trigger the trap.
I will trigger this trap. So, Harak,
But I know it's a trap.
as you go to the gold orb and you begin to touch it, the vortex and the energy begins to enthrall as it does. Nereus is stretching and looking at Harak, now moving towards this orb and grabbing. Upon the skin, the flesh, you can see these golden dragon scales beginning to form, and the eyes turning somewhat draconic in nature as he stretches towards looking at you. In that split second, for everyone, the world goes black. The vision begins to fade. The call also begins to subside. Harak, your father's voice dissipates, and the howl begins to come to kind of a near still. In seconds, all of you are brought to a strange place. I'm going to activate the scene, and then I'm going to go through a series of transitions, so some of you need to be rehabilitated here. I want to make sure that this is relevant to how and condition that you actually are upon transitioning to this space. So bear with me for a split second.
It's going to be great after this vision ends and Harak's dead because he just drowned underwater in the lake.
Okay. Let's see something else.
Is that a helicopter?
Definitely not the siege I was looking for there.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like I hear police sirens. Like,
That
wow,
was so-
we are.
That was so dope. I can't believe that's in there. I'm looking at all these sounds. I'm like, that's nuts. Okay, I gotta find something here.
We time traveled, guys.
Hey, I mean, it's a fantasy world. Anything's possible. We're the chosen ones. You know, GTA, we've got 4 stars on us now.
So,
Wanted ones.
bird noise and that one. Okay. So, you hear the kind of the waves crashing at your backside. Your vision kind of slowly returning to you at this point. You're unsure and unclear of where exactly you are, but upon coming to, the wounds of your previous self have healed. Some of the things, as far as your effects to you, obviously this Sir Dougal is strange, as you're no longer in your bare form. You're currently at your kind of side. Puff Redwall is not with you currently. As you feel the sand and the cusp of it upon your hands, as well as your knees, being in kind of in a hands and knees position, the waves crashing, the slight tinge of the water upon your boots as you kind of pick yourselves up, you hear the sounds of screams happening from us. Will Hunt, you're gonna love it. as you hear multiple different screams and the sounds of burning and kind of crashing and shouting happening, as the sights and sounds of what you notice in your northern side is a large palisade wall about 11 feet with slight two-story, single-story straw thatch buildings behind it, the rooftops on fire, and the smoke billowing in large abundance, slightly choking. Some of the actual bodies linger within the agrarian fields, facing the actual dock side. At the backdrop is a bay, large and expansive. At the middle of this bay, slightly far south, many miles off, you see kind of an island with a little bit of volcano that stretches many miles there. You also see kind of a city that encompasses nearly half a mile and maybe even 3/4 of a mile in its width. It's kind of moving in its side. Many different ships, large size, of brigantines and galleons upon the actual bay. The shoreline crashes through. The screams itself continue. The burning becomes ever enticing within your actual ears, as it's just the sounds of a slaughter that is occurring inside of the actual palisade wall. And the doors are slightly off-hinged and open. As you come into this space and the screams are occurring and what is happening, there are figures running out of the actual palisade gate that is slightly unhinged and open. As you stretch through the cobbled road, you can actually see that there's bodies lingering, half done and cut in lacerations. They're kind of toppled onto themselves. More screaming, crashes of grass, clumping of different doors being bashed in. Some of the figures that are in tow chasing two of these, one of which is a boy. This boy seems to be roughly 8 to 9 years of age, a human with brown hair kind of coming down in like a wave across the face, a slight dirty with this kind of tannish blouse shirt that kind of is unhinged and untucked from the leather trousers and boots that adorn with a belt, has a couple of different purses, is holding the hand of a beautiful kind of sun elf with a little bit of wood elf descent. You're noticing there's freckles and green eyes with a little bit of brownish auburn hair pulled down to a ponytail towards the mid-back. This particular elf is kind of stunning in the way that the fair kind of complexion, the sun itself beating down. The temperature is about 93 degrees Fahrenheit and currently kind of beating down across the face, is wearing a piece currently of this bronze-like material half plate. So it's kind of coming down with a few different pauldrons and whatnot into the half plate, but it's bronze in this material, but it's not necessarily bronze metal. It seems that it's kind of coming off a little bit tingy towards copper, and then it has a weird reflection of the actual light as it's coming through. They have a couple different rings upon the fingers with different gems within them. They're also wearing a cloak that's kind of greenish, that's moving in different kind of shadows of the light pushing through. They have a long sword at the side. They're kind of dangling gold in the hilt, as well as a kind of a sapphire in the pommel, and it's wrapped in this kind of black leather with a nice deep folder with entrenched of different elvish kind of symbols upon it. They are bloody. They are showing blood across the armor from the actual shoulder pad towards the chest. They're breathing in a frantic pace as they're pulling the boy along. One of these soldier currently is wielding a long sword upon the actual hand and has a shield. Others have glaives within there, so there's long swords positioned at the side as well as the backdrop of the back. They currently have surcoats on. They're wearing chainmail as far as the armor goes. The surcoats are a white with a red tinge on the sides. They're white kind of primary with a secondary of red, almost maroon, as it's kind of lash and toggles and kind of comes around the side of the surcoat. At the center is this golden symbol with a sun as these leaflets kind of caress outwards, which is oh so familiar as the symbol of Palor. And that's kind of adorned the actual chest. The other figures that are there currently have long swords and shields as well, but they have plate armor. They have similar of the surcoats, but they also have the shoulder pad upon the side, and the shoulder pad has kind of this fist that comes out like this, with almost as a fist is like this hand is kind of coming out to grab you, and a little bit of a circlet is on the back side with an eye towards the actual hand, the actual kind of palm there, and it kind of reaches out. That's on the shoulder pad. It's kind of embodied. Their shields are as well perfectly designed in kind of a teardrop fashion, and they're beautiful in the crafting as well as the weapon themselves. they're coming in tow with helms across. They also have these kind of features towards the helms that kind of curl up, kind of accents of like, imagine two leaves kind of curling up and coming out towards the end, and then a little bit of a plumage. That get this feathered plumage of red. This kind of accents the surcoat and coming at the backside. Now, there is one other figure that is currently on the map, and this figure is kind of pushing by and moving about 15. It's one of the soldiers, freshly covered in blood from the glaive, as it's just dispatched the head of a woman at the gate of that palisade. Right as you all have come to and kind of looking up and looking around, the head kind of lobbing off. This woman was casting magic. Some sort of light dancing lights were coming out of the hand, and the head was lobbed off. This person was a human, seemed to have freckles upon the face, a little bit brownish hair, bluish eyes, and kind of a sundress of yellow with pinks, as well as a white kind of apron over across of the chest. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Freaking magic.
I blame this on Nereus. Just throwing it out there.
Well, Nereus didn't touch anything, so.
Yeah,
To be fair,
found
though,
it.
we were sitting in Tiny Hut, and then we're on the Dougal.
Yeah, are Harok and I closed, like, back? Or are we wearing what we were wearing when we were swimming? Well, I guess Harok, maybe he didn't take off
You are
his stuff.
fully clothed and armored. You have this same materials before you actually derobed here, Nereus. Similar in fashion of state and condition.
Ah,
before you
yes, my
actually went
wizard
into it.
armor. Yes, yes. So it looks like those two on the front are running away from
That's correct.
everything else. Okay.
The elf is pulling the human boy, grabbing by the hand, as one of the soldiers is now reaching out to grapple the boy. They're shouting at them, yelling to stop, cease. Arden, you're up in round
And-
one.
And the last guy all the way, that was the one that lobbed the head off of the woman that was
Correct.
casting.
That one had just
correct?
took a glaive across and decapitated the head of a woman.
Okay, thank you.
So Arden is going to kind of look at everyone. How did we get here? But with a sense of goodwill, he is going to go ahead and target the one that's trying to grapple the boy. And he is going to go ahead and cast Dissonant Whispers on it.
All right, failing with a 7, takes 9 points of psychic damage on you, seeing kind of reaching out with the hands as he's going to grab, kind of contorts the head a little bit, and they seem to be taken by surprise. They didn't necessarily see you in space, and now they're kind of looking in the direction of you as you cast the magic outwards with the verbal component yelling out. In so doing, this creature is going to immediately use its reaction and is available, and it's going to move as far as it can its movement speed, which is going to be roughly 15 feet back towards the well, and is aimed directly to go away. It's the rest of its movement had in an actual round previously, as it was already in mid-chase. As it's kind of moving, wrapping around, you see the others kind of looking. One of the voices kind of pierces by. It's one of the armored figures now with this kind of lead toe, points the sword in a direction. In the name of the Talthars, lower your weapons.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm going to go ahead and kind of step up towards them and kind of like put my hand out and usher the woman and the boy to like get behind me. Or behind us, I should say. And that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, she looks over to you, kind of eyes kind of wide and kind of squints. Come to one of the soldiers. One of the soldiers is now kind of moving in the direction of you, Tardan, as you kind of approach, yelling out the command, races out. The glaive comes in for a swing towards you. It's going to be a 19 to hit, which cuts across one of your legs, deals 11 points of slashing damage, coming to and cutting through as he pulls back the glaive. And it kind of points it outwards like this, almost to take the end of it to kind of stab in the next round. But before that, kind of hesitates, right? Potentially kind of pulls it back a little bit. Stop! As it yells. Now come to the elf. The elf is going to grab the boy's arm, swing, so this boy is moving at the same turn. Grabbing the boy's arm and swinging is going to take the sword and comes in for a slash towards the soldier. So it comes to is going to do hit it with a soldier with 19. It's going to do 18 points of slashing damage as it cuts off the arm, bringing the blade around effortlessly. It's going to go in for an extra attack. Coming across, comes in with a 23, stabs the soldier through the chest, deals 22 points of damage, twisting the blade out and kicks it back. The sword, now glowing with the same shine as the armor of this bronze-like metal, looks towards the direction. This elf grabs your shoulder, Tardan, and just stares at you. Can this be? And continues to move in movement speed, grabbing the boy in tow. It's going to be the end of the turn. Seem to be headed for the dock, one of the actual ships that currently has a sail attached to it and is loosely lashed to the edge of the dock. It's rickety and old as it extends out into the sea. We now come to one of the soldiers. Soldiers in mid-pursuit. It's going to move 20 feet, an additional 10, and it's going to stop and kind of grab the glaive outwards, and it kind of looks towards the rest and drops it upon the ground, grabs out the longsword and shield and holds it. And it's going to end turn. Now come to one of the heavily armored figures. This one is going to move 25 feet, is running down, looks towards you, Tardan, raising out the longsword in for a strike towards you. 16 is going to hit you. Deals 6 points of slashing damage, but also now glows the radiant light as it does, striking down, deals an additional 7. Does a total of 13 points of damage as it strikes through. This one voices out. We just a cause take no prisoners. If you do not yield, by Paylor you will die. Indigo, you're up.
I'm going to I'm going to take one step in front of Nereus, and I'm going to say, "Why you chasing kids, asshole?" And I'm going to punch him in the face.
Okay, so a 19 is going to hit. That deals 5 points of damage. Upon doing that, triggers the held action, comes in for the longsword swing towards you. That's going to miss with an 8 as you dodge out of the way of the swing as it wildly comes around with the glaive upon the ground.
Okay. Gonna do Scorpion Kick for second.
Okay. Second strike coming through. 15 is going to be a miss as it bashes into the shield.
And then I will, bonus attack. I'm going to do a Haruken uppercut.
All right. 17 is going to be a miss as well, continuing the shield. You come across, bashing into it. It's a wooden kind of buckler as far as the shield goes. It's not really kind of perfectly designed like the other ones, but it's easily able to take the blows, crushing into it.
Gotcha. And then I am going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. I'm going to move to like right here and kind of look at this woman as she's running and be like, you know, kind of hands up a little bit. I wonder if she's just going to run past me or not. That's my turn.
After the shaking off the head, slowly turns this one with the long sword. Kill them! Kill them all! It's just kind of running in. It's going to be using movement speed here, going towards Tardan. So I'm going to go ahead and fill that space of the one that is dead. Forward comes in for a swing of the longsword. 20 to hit. Tarn takes another blow, slashing through with 5 points of slashing damage, nicking your shoulder if your left side ends turn. Come to another one. This one now yelling as they're kind of yelling and running together at this point. This one has the glaive freshly covered in blood from the decapitation, raises the glaive in for a swing towards you, Tarn. Comes down. 20 is going to hit. That does 5 points of slashing damage. This cuts down the actual kind of left or right of one of your calf regions, or shins, I should say. It's going to end the turn. Harak, you're up.
All right, let's kill some Talthar dogs. I don't think that's what I want.
Ensnaring Strike is going to come afterwards, so go
that's-
ahead and go for the attack
It
first.
has, no, it has. I was trying to use what's it called? The Slayer's Prey. It has the same
Oh.
icon.
Yeah, it's the same icon. We can change it for sure after the end of the session, so it's not confusing.
This-
Just make sure because you did expel spell slots. Just be wary of that.
Alright.
Marking your target, 18 is going to connect as you bash, clipping into the shield above. Kind of chips away at it. 18 hits, 7 points of bludgeoning with 5 points of Slayer's Prey. As you strike into the center chest, breaking bone of the collarbone. The soldier yells out, "Ah!"
Wow, that was fun. Let's do it again.
Coming for a second swing. 24 is going to land, anticipating an up or down strike. You come back around the Warhammer, coming up into the actual groin of the soldier. Kind of takes the blow. You see the eyes going wide. Blood begins to come through, so you kind of pierce into maybe some different arteries. It's dead. Topples down, falling to the ground, bleeding.
Well, with that, I will turn to the rest of these soldiers and say, next, and end my turn.
All right, so Dougal, you're up.
I'm gonna run to about here, 15 feet, and I'm going to grapple. Tardan is going to be the death of me. I'm gonna grapple Tardan.
Arden, are you accepting this
and-
grapple?
Yeah, I'll accept the grapple.
All right, so you take your action, do it automatically succeeding. What are you doing?
I'm gonna move him 5 feet back away from the precisely, and then I will fill his space and bonus action rage and say, pick on somebody your own size, and I'll pull out my shield and rapier and wait.
Okay. All right.
Is Tardan small?
Tardan is not small. Tardan is medium size. So like taking. Yeah, but
I know.
it's
Just
yeah.
I meant in.
I know. I'm just poking fun at you. Calm down. All right, Nereus is gonna walk up.
I don't know who you are, but fighting me on the beach will be the last thing you do.
Oh. All of it. All right, all 5 fail. And I'll take the damage.
Right.
Gonna go ahead.
and then they're rooted to the spot until they take.
Yeah,
an
I'm
action
just gonna
to
put a charmed effect because it's not necessarily
Yeah, there's no penalty. They just have speed 0,
those 4 targets.
and then I'll move back.
You notice as you throw it out, and tracing this different kind of force upon their actual legs, this liquid kind of water as it does. They all turn and look to you. One yells out, "That one has magic! Kill him! No one from the reckoning shall survive."
Oh, and you're observant too.
Okay, this one takes action to get out of it, which is I don't think a roll, right? So they kind of just
Yeah, they
take
just spend an action.
take the legs, kind of break through. As they do, they make an entire beeline using all of their movement speed, taking their action, kind of running down towards you, raising the shield, looking towards the eyes, slightly fearful. Ends turn. Come to another one. This one is going to dash action, come into this space and fill just to your right side after taking the dash. Ends turn. Tardan, you're up. Top of round 2.
I'm gonna look at Dougal. I appreciate the help, and I'm gonna go ahead and give him a bardic inspiration.
It's a D12. It's a
D8.
It's a D20. Oh.
Pretty much. And then I'm gonna step kind of back towards the woman and the boy, making sure to make eye contact with the woman before I go ahead and look at this card. And I will cast. Let's do Hideous Laughter on him.
All right, he's going to fail with the 7 for your DC 15, falls prone, begins to start laughing. See the next one kind of look as you kind of stretch your hand. That one has magic too! No! Oh, as he grumbles and looks,
guess he-
two of the reckoning. They shall die!
I'm just gonna give him a thumbs up and end my turn.
Now come to the elf. Ignoring the chaos, uses the turn to dash, grabs upon the boy, takes the boy, throws the boy into the boat, begins to undo the lashing, now turns and looks towards you, Indigo, and states, Indigo, make yourself useful and untie the boat. Good, Indigo, I love it. Alright, taking action to break out of the actual thing. It's going to take the action, negating the actual, not disengaging at all. It's going to take 5 feet, leaving your threat range to Dougal, so you can take your reaction to swing away. $18. That is not going to hit. So you come on
What?
full-plated paladin with this shield, kind of raises it, takes the blow in stride, and continues to move. Is going to go into this space here, and then slowly turns and looks at kind of the field, sees the one laughing, and then is going to use the remainder of movement speed to charge at target. Digo, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to gonna run over this woman and assist her with undoing that, but I'll just ask her, how do you know me, as I help her with the ropes.
Okay. Ending your turn, so you finish unlashing the boat at this point, as it seems to be free. Self is getting ready to hop in. Now come to another. This one is not going to take time to break out. It's going to go in for the swing. Coming across with the long sword here towards Sir Dougal. It's going to be a 17 to hit you, Sir Dougal, which I believe does. Take
Yeah.
3 points of damage, resisting the blow of most of it as it comes through. Kind of raging comes across your chest and barely skims. Ending turn. In similar fashion, this one is not going to take the action to break out of the binding of the water here. It's going to miss with an 8, swing wildly with the glaives, you duck underneath. Rock, you're up.
Okay. Is that the paladin that I pinged?
Yep, that is a paladin.
Alright. Move next to them. Look him in the eye and cast magic weapon on my warhammer and take a couple swings at him.
Alright, don't swing quite yet. And go for it. Alright, 21 is going to land as you come across, raises the shield, but kind of blunts through into the side of the shoulder and skims. 6 points of bludgeoning damage dealt. Coming for another strike. 25 is going to hit again, taking it to the knee, kind of shattering just a little bit. 7 points of bludgeoning damage. You know, they take the blow into the knee, kind of crumples through, but they pick themselves up.
Alright.
Sir Dougal, you're up.
Sir Dougal's going to look backwards at the newly surrounded wizard and shout, Nereus, are you okay?
Always am.
Perfect. He's going to turn around and bonus action wild shape into brown bear again.
Okay.
And wait, I didn't do it right. Sorry. Drag the thing into the thing. Perfect. Target this guy here and bite and claw.
Okay.
Why is it always such? Is it the? I think it's like the
It's the
Mac
bargain.
that.
Oh, yeah. Could be. 23 is going to land, deals 10 points of piercing damage. The rage damage is coming through quite nicely. 10 is going to kill it. As you come in and bite into the head, ripping the head off of the lifeless body. It's kind of sprouting blood freshly, kind of falls to the side. He's the other one kind of cower in fear, but now is binded and can't do much. Taking that 21, passing over to the next one. 12 points of damage dealt to that one as you kind of claw through, smashing through the shield into the actual kind of chest regions. He's come back around, ripping the shield off the back and having it fall down. This one is a glaive rain coming across the chest. See fear overcoming the eyes as this visceral transformation just emerged in this large, intimidating bear as just imagined kind of coming through.
And then I am going to. Yes, I am going to move to flank with. Who's first here? Harok or Tardan? With Tardan. Oh, actually, because of my size, may I provide, if I move to here, can I provide flank for both of them?
Because of your size, you could potentially provide flank, both of them, depending on where the positions are of people. I think for Tardan, that might be a little bit difficult to get the flank off, just based on the fact that there's one to your left currently.
Right, got it. Okay.
The enemy's
but I expose myself to the attack of opportunity.
Attack of opportunity reaction coming through. 15 is going to hit you in your this particular form. You are raging though, and this rage does pass over to your wild shape. You take approximately 3 points of slashing damage from the glaive as it comes through.
That's it.
All right, Marius, you're up.
I don't like your bear form very much.
Well, he ruined what Nereus is going to do, so his positioning.
I don't like how never mind.
Yeah, what was that, bear? What was that? What was that, bear? Couldn't hear you over your growling.
Can't speak. No speaking.
All right, well, he is going to provoke as he moves away, just from the one.
Okay. Raises out the long sword coming across. It's going to hit you with a nat 20. It's going to also throw on the glowing radiant light of the longsword as comes through, taking the reaction. Take 24 points of damage as the light slicing through your backside.
I don't know why it's asking for a concentration check, but sure.
Don't know why. You're not concentrating anything.
Great. Well,
there's literally no. Oh, it's on your actual thing. Here, hold on. Let me get it off here. It's like stuck on. Let me remove it manually. There we go. Okay, it won't prompt you ever again. Concentrating on your life.
Actually, it's gonna go in the water.
I was like,
so it's like, wait, why is he going on this deck? He doesn't need to go. Yeah,
let's go into the water.
And then turning back, even though he wastes his natural 20, that's fine. He'll shoot a ray of water back at the sky.
17, raising the shield, deflects it off. Your magic, your foul necromancy can't penetrate through my religious zeal.
I will not dignify that with a response.
Rotating over, now seeing you into the water. Now focus attention towards the bear. Flank with the friend. Advantage. 18 is going to hit you in the bear form. This 11 points of slashing, half to 5 from the rage. After that strike kind of comes through, raises the shield and yells out, "That one went to the water! Stay fast." Now come to the one that's incapacitated. Obviously laughing, unable to do anything, is going to end turn with the save. Is going to fail said save, continues the hideous laughter and the laughing of prone. Tarn, it's your turn. Top of round 3.
I am going to I'll take the disengage action. And I'm going to go down the dock.
Okay.
And then as a... Nope, that's all I'll do. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right, we now come to the elf. As the elf looks towards you, Indigo, and smiles. You will find me another time. His hand on your shoulder. Jumps into the boat effortlessly. He kind of grabs different ropes, undoes the sail, and begins to head off. As they both begin to sail, heading into the bay. You notice that the elf pushes the hand and actually twists this flurry of magic and bodies, and the wind gusts outwards, pushing the boat even increasingly faster. The boy, now at the back end of the boat, upon it leaving, stares and looks in the direction of this village town that's on fire and destroyed, and cries out, "Mom!" sobbing and crying violently. The elf grabs the boy and pulls back, and the voice, Indigo, only you can hear, of Hadron comes through. That's what the elf is calling the boy. As they now sail off into the distance, off the map. Now ending turn. This one, kind of in a little bit of a pinch, is actually going to rotate just a little bit in position, coming through and raising the shield and turning towards the shield towards the water as best as possible. Is then going to take a strike towards rock. It's going to backspace it. 7 is going to miss as it strikes into the ground, so you can sidestep out of the way. And to go with your turn.
All right. If I went there, am I flanking with Dougal?
The creature is incapacitated. Doesn't necessarily even give you advantage, but is prone, so that gives you advantage. So it doesn't matter.
Okay. Then I go. I jet past Tardan. I'm rolling up my sleeves as I do, and then I get to this guy, and usually I say something, but I don't. I just start giving at it. And
Kicking the guy on the ground. Is that what you...
The poor dude's laughing on the ground uncontrollably and is about to get the crap kicked out of him.
where is it? Oh,
Alright, 25 is going to land. That does 9 points of bludgeoning damage. And as that taking damage, it gets a wisdom saving throw. It does succeed with a 19, no longer under the effects of the hideous laughter, but still prone. So it stopped laughing, no longer incapacitated. Slowly turns in the prone position towards you. Target you.
it's still on the ground. I go down again, punch right on the chest again.
The heavy armor coming in for a stamp. 17 raises the shield, takes the blow to the shield as he's picking his legs up a little bit, kind of curling back to the friend.
And I will. Yeah, bonus action. Bonus action. One more. Right on the chest again.
19 not going to hit. It comes, grabs into the shield, bracing the blow of the heavily armored and plated creature.
All right. And yeah. Got 10 feet still. I'll move in the water just a little bit, less bit of movement for fun. That's it.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the last standing soldier, quote unquote. Going to take action to break away, and then is slowly going to move about 10 feet here. 15 coming up to Rock and ending turn. Rock, you're up.
Alright. Can I flank this guy right here?
Yeah.
I will use my bonus action to mark him and then attack.
Okay. Make sure to hold
Is
on
it-
halt.
Alt.
Coming for the
I was about
mighty
to hold
swing.
shift.
Ooh. 19 raises the shield, kind of braces, claps the blow into the side of the hammer as it rings out, unable to connect for damage.
Let's try it. Oh, I thought I was holding it.
It gets sticky. That's all I can say. Just make 2 attacks. See which one hits. It's a crit fish anyways. 21 is going to land. Slayer's Prey coming in. Alright. This total of 10 points of damage as he crafts through, breaking into the back. So it's kind of mistimed to the shield of the last blow. Coming across, takes it. As he grunts out.
And before I end my turn, I'm going to call out to my allies to take that one alive.
Okay. Sir Juliet. You're muted.
The prone one to my south is is going to get a earful here of multi-attack.
Okay. Did I automatically give you advantage for the prone stasis or status? .22 is going to land, expending the Bardic Inspiration, dealing 8 points of piercing damage. You dawn to the side of the shoulder. Continues to raise the shield and faces towards Indigo as well as the water. Going for a claw attack, 21 with the advantage is going to land. That deals 13 points of slashing damage to the claws. You rake against the side of the back, cutting through the metal with this kind of ear-piercing screech as the metal kind of crunches through with the large talons of your bear.
I see, I'm looking at my character sheet. I see it kind of seems like we've somehow been refreshed.
Correct.
Of our resources. So I'm going to bonus action spend a spell slot to heal 1d8.
Okay.
2 again.
2
Great.
hits. Coming through.
That's it.
Alright, we're going to end your turn there. Nereus, you're up.
Alright, I'll swim back a little more. And he will attack. It looks like one of these is pretty close to death, so he'll try and finish him off with some water.
15.
Good old water.
Gotta be a miss, striking to the ground. Blast
That's
through
it.
some of the sand, bursting.
You know, it really looked like you hit Tardan.
That's Harok.
I mean, Harak, sorry.
I can hit Tard, no problem.
Ending turn. We now come to this one on the backside here. This one at the backside of your bear form is actually going to touch the one in front, and you see that there is healing happening here as some of the wounds begin to kind of heal upon this potential figure, and they are embodied with health. It's regained 12 hit points. Some of the wounds in the back get to heal at other things since they can touch outright. And the voice comes through, "By Palor's light you shall be healed and fight another day." That's going to be the end of that turn. After this one, using half movement speed to stand up, it's going to fully stand. Had enough. Reaches kind of the hand outstretching towards you, Tardan, and seems to cast a spell out towards you as the eyes glow with the white energy into yours. We're going to fail with a 3, as you are now commanded by this potential figure. As your vision becomes tunneled, and only you will see is this figure in front of you. It seems as though there's some sort of command to attempt to approach this figure. You must move toward the figure in the shortest and most direct route, ending its turn if it moves within 5 feet. So it wants to come right next to it. Something you were commanded to do. It's going to be the end of the turn.
So I guess I would hop off the dock here and come to the figure.
Okay.
And I don't get an action or anything, right?
No. So the command itself here, so I'll kind of go through. So you speak a one-word command. You fail a saving throw. This command is really just issued to you, and then depending on what the command is, that could take your action, bonus action, or movement. So that was just your movement. So after that has been achieved, so after the command has been achieved, Taking that obviously is the first kind of thing. The command ends, so you're no longer kind of under that command, and so you kind of come to, and the eyes and the tunnel vision kind of subsides, and now you're there.
I am going to use my unsettling words and tell him that that was the wrong move. So we'll do that,
Okay.
and then I'll cast Dissonant Whispers on him.
Okay.
Go ahead and do that at 3rd level. Why not? Only I could roll that poorly.
All right, is going to fail. Rolled an 8 on the actual thing, and so we get to subtract that from an already abysmal roll of 5. It's probably negative numbers at that point. So 13 points of psychic damage is dealt as the mind begins reacting, moving, and it's going to take the remainder of its reaction to move. It's going to be going 30 feet, as that was how it's moving half throughout the round. Sir Dougal, you do not get an attack of opportunity, as this effect is a forced effect upon, and so he's moving of his own, has not his own control out of your threat range. That's not encouraged attack of opportunity.
And that will, I'll go ahead and take a 5-foot step back, and that will end my turn.
All right, ending turn. This one, looking in the direction of Farak, is going to be taking a longsword swing. It's not going to gain advantage as the one behind is badly wounded and eyes are set and actually running away at this point. It's going to miss on the attack and the swing through, kind of raises and slowly turns and braces for an onslaught upon the next round. Indigo, you're up.
All the way to that guy.
Okay. Are you going to attempt to negate the attack of opportunity from one of the 2 figures that you might have to move by?
I will give as I run by. I'll do a backwards roll over Dougal if you can, and kind of and kick him as I pass him. If that could do that, and then would I have advantage because Farak is right there?
Not on the move necessarily, because you're not maintaining space for the flank, so it's really just coming in for a quick swipe.
Gotcha. Boop.
Nice. All right, 26 is going to hit. That does 10 points of bludgeoning damage to you. Claps onto the side of the head, smashing into the actual face of the helm. As it crunches down, blood begins to pool underneath the helm and splinters down the actual chest and along the surcoat. This particular figure falls dead.
All right, and then I want to just punch this guy as hard as I can right in his back.
Okay. Now, after taking the reaction, right, he's going to turn around, so he's now facing you at this point. 10 comes around, he twirls around, moving the surcoat around, takes the shield, and kind of is able to kind of parry the blow downwards.
All right, and then yeah, bonus action would be another attack.
Okay, 22 is going to hit. That does 9 points of bludgeoning damage. You crest through the knee, shattering. Kind of begins to yell out, "Ah!" He's near death.
Okay.
Somewhat to the ground.
And then I only have 10 feet left, so I am going to go on the other side of him and stand in between him and where he was running. That's it.
Okay. Ending turn. We now come to the soldier, and we're going to go ahead and roll a check. All right. It's going to run. Does not take the dash. It's going to take the dash action. Takes stack of opportunity if you want it to rock. So it's attempting to flee.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Nat 20 of the fleeing soldier.
Nice, man.
And literally is like, oh, don't kill that guy. And he just kills that guy.
Smashes through the back of the head,
It's a 28.
crunches it like a melon, popped, eyes fly out, teeth, different things are shattered as the warhammer crashes through the head, flies upon the ground, sliding to the same dead. Ending turn. Rock, you're up.
Wow. That was a move worthy of Paz. Alright. think I'm gonna throw down my shield and just try to get this guy with the versatile.
Okay. We're going to add +1 most likely to it, so it's going to be a 19. Looks like the... Wait, no, it's coming through. Versatile. But the versatile damage didn't come through. If you hold down V, you go for two-hand. Hold on V, it goes to versatile. Regardless, the 18 is not going to hit, but you have the flank, so you can go for another attack based on the rules here. So you can hold down V if you want. It should roll the D10. Just at least the +1 to the damage, because I didn't add that one for the actual weapon stat. So 26 is going to come through. That's going to do a total of 11 points of bludgeoning damage. This creature only had 1 hit point left. So you come back around, smashing through the chest. The Warhammer actually comes through, so the armor kind of brunts out and splinters out in a couple different fragments. Drops the shield and sword, falls down on the knees, and clasps his on the ground dead.
Alright. Okay, I am going to... a grapple is... It takes the place of... Does it take one of my attacks? It's not
Correct.
like an action.
Yep.
So I
Takes
can
one of your. You
attempt-
can use it as one of your attacks. Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to attempt to grapple this guy.
Okay. Opposing check. 13, unsuccessful. Based on the 19, was able to kind of push your arms and kind of shove you out of the way a little bit in the midst of the grapple.
Alright.
All right, Sir Dougal, you're up.
I don't think I need to, but only because of where Harak just moved. But it was in my brain to ask: can I declare a reckless attack in this state?
So the features
I'll let
that
you
would...
think. I'll let you think about it. I don't know. It's a weird.
I think that it's acceptable. So it's based on the fact that any feature that doesn't make sense really can't go over, right? So you're basically picking the features that you can. Obviously, we have the rage coming through. That's an animal should be able to go into a rage.
Right.
In bear form. At this point, when you make your first attack on the turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on melee weapon attack rolls. Technically, your weapons are melee attacks, so they are melee weapons. Your bite, your claw, and they are strength based. So the reckless would go through. So if that is something you want to do, we can put that on.
I don't. I think I can just move to here, right, to gain the advantage. But ordinarily, my question would have, I think, still been valid.
Yeah, moving forward, it's acceptable. It's the same thing if you were a monk and you had unarmored defense, and you went into a wild shape form. That unarmored defense actually carries over, because technically you're an unarmored creature, right? So that would constitute unarmored defense. So I think it's the same thing with recklessly. There's no real rules segmenting that you have to be like certain, and it makes a lot of sense as you're an animal, right?
Okay, terrific. Multi-attack.
All right, so we don't need to crit fish there, so don't worry about that one coming through. So many rolls coming through. We got the net 20, 18, we got the claws, 13. So that's going to be a total. I'm just going to take one by one because I want to see where he's at. 13. All right. As you bite down with the bite towards the shoulder, ripping a piece off of the actual shoulder, your claws kind of strike into the legs. This particular creature is near death, so this paladin is near death, kind of falling down a little bit, blood pouring from multiple different places, lacerations, as he kind of looks up towards you as a bear. Kind of, you will be smited by Paylor. We will have our revenge.
Well, I don't say anything. I moved. I'm going to move to here, though. I'm going to move to here-ish to line up for Tardan, and that's my turn.
All right. Nereus, you're up.
You talk too much.
Oh, well, we don't need to. Well, unless hold on, is a rocket the space of that?
Yeah, but it takes off his hit points first, and then. So I
I
highly
get-
doubt Harok doesn't have enough hit points. I mean, he can
Hey,
fall asleep. That's fine. We
hey.
can shake him.
Was Tartan in it?
I purposely didn't target Target. I wanted to. I was like, no, he doesn't like to be sloppy with his magic.
So as we end combat, as the sleep spell casts off, you see the bleeding wild, and he's kind of moving the body side to side, and then kind of topples down, dropping the sword and the shield, and falls down face first into the sand. That combat is over. Darius, Tartan, as you come to the shoreline and see the body, voices and screams become apparent, and the smoke becomes louder and increasing. The boat sailing off now in the distance of many feet as it continues to sail, seems to head in the direction from your current location of north, aimed kind of getting a distance outside into the bay and then heading north, aimed towards the large and expansive city it seems to be built on now, getting a better analyzation of it. Stone, wood, as well as this kind of protrusion of plateau and this large and expansive dock. It's beautiful in nature and seems to be quite, again, large. This particular place in front of you, getting a better look at it, a village. Occupancy maybe 70 individuals, not much, many houses and other things. Now, toppled and burned, screams coming through, horses kind of pushing past through the gate. No one comes out towards you in this space. You are alone.
So, how did we get here, guys? Yeah, last thing I remember, I was chilling in the hut, hanging out with my bros, Indigo, and a bear, who was apparently Dougal the whole time. Yeah, how did we get here?
As I begin to tie this guy up, I'm just gonna answer that question with magic, but anyone else can
I don't
elaborate.
know if it's pressing. Do we care about that town burning down? Or should we help them?
It depends on if we're actually here. And I'm going to kind of explain the vision that I had. So essentially, last night, when we went to bed, I had an out of body experience, more of a spiritual thing. My spirit traveled to a cave, and I saw this figure with the very white dragon that attacked us. However, I wasn't as able to interact as I was here. But, you know, again, random teleportation. So it's a possibility we're not even really here, and this either already happened or.
Temperature begins to drop, begins to snow, as clouds begin to form. The sand has turned to snow.
Just the sand, or is the surroundings changing as well?
You stare off into the palisade wall, no longer there. This large white expanse begins to form, develop. As your vision quickly becomes faded to black, wake. To do any sort of resting, but in this place you are healed. Many of your wounds return to you back in your previous condition. Health as it were before, condition that you were before, is back again. So, Sir Dougal, you're actually in a bear form currently. You're a bear. You're kind of brought back into the same condition you were before. I won't go through that. We don't need to at this point. As you kind of are on your hands and knees again, kind of coming to, no longer standing, wind howling, stretch, and you look around, and particularly towards the south, And you see that this is the lake, but you're on the north side of the lake. And a rocky outcropping, some of which begins to move. You hear the shifting of movement and scratching of paws as creatures appear in the snow. Actual fallingness of the kind of crest. These wolves, as they kind of come outwards of the haunches, hiding within the actual rocks and the snow themselves in some of the thickets. They are as white as snow. Their eyes are blue, some of which have fur has icicles formations from them. The frost kind of glows and billows from their actual mouths as they appear to breathe? Question mark on that one. Their eyes are glowing in this blue etherealness as they stretch and look towards you. One slowly turns, this one at the actual kind of top of this rock, and slightly 6 to 7 feet tall. As it rises on all fours and stretches and looks towards you, it bows its head. Chosen ones, I am Levrus. You are to come with me. And that is when we're going to take our break. Boom. That's all it reminds. Sure, it's absolutely exploded right now. Don't worry.
I'm just more curious to find out if that happened in the past or not.
So, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Obviously, we took our break late. I wanted to get through that transition, make sure everything was kind of flowing really well, so we didn't have to break through it. So, if you're watching, thanks so much. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So, at 7:31, 7:32 p.m. PST, and we hope you join us when we get back. So, we'll see you. Bye.
pelts.
No, I actually don't think that.
They're all
All right.
wizards in disguise.
Stream is back on. If you're joining us, thanks so much. As the group discusses a lot of different things, which I will not name. But if they do it, they can. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, coming back into it. Right where you are positioned, I think we talked about on the break plausibility. Right, you might not be at the same lake, could be a different lake. It could be different position upon the lake, not just north. But regardless of that, these wolves have appeared. And something to kind of elaborate and kind of broaden out is that they have a natural camouflage to the snow that seemed as if they were a magical presence about them, almost as if they kind of dissolved into the colorations of the snow and the ice and the rock. And there's this camouflage effect that they're there. There's also the etherealness of their blue eyes that glow. It's actually glowing outwards. And in that way, they do not look like your kind of normal or common wolf. The sizing of them is relative to a dire wolf. However, they are slightly larger, just about a half to a foot on the top end, and then 2 feet on the actual length. And they're meatier, and they have more of a muscular structure on their underbellies. So as we come into it, you all kind of appear. The howling of the wind is continuing, effervescent of the Frosttorn Valley, or a tundra Arctic region. The snow is beginning to fall. The temperature is beginning to drop. The time itself seemed, according to the kind of position of the sun piercing through the clouds, as the sun kind of comes through, you're still right around midday. It seemed like time necessarily has changed. This one that has the head down, noted as Levrus, is kind of signified. Pulls the head back up.
And he addressed us and called us
The chosen ones.
Sir Dougal is a bear?
Yes, we don't need to, but
That's
we can
fine.
put you. We can
Yeah,
put
that's
you as a
fine.
bear. You can end it whatever you want.
Yeah, that's fine. Sir Dougal will bow as only a bear can.
Okay.
And then
Also,
turn gruffly to the rest of the group and let out a grunt while in the deepest moment of the bow.
Levrus looks at you, Sir Dougal, in your bear form, and begins to kind of bark out towards you, talk in a language that you actually understand. Animal speak. I'm quite curious as to a chosen one being a bear. That was unexpected by my master.
Talking beasts notwithstanding, we should get back to the road.
Sniffs and looks,
No.
speaks in common. My master, King Grimar Ylfing, awaits you in Monsag. We will get there by the end of the day, nightfall. You will ride my pack.
Will you humor a question?
Looks towards and bows, moving between slightly. Of course, chosen one. Speak away.
Why do you call us that? What do you know that we don't?
My master, King Grimar Ylfing, was told prophecy after the forebearer of Ithrin was slain with the help of one called Magello. This wizard told that you all would come in payment of service due and rendered toward the defeat of this great dragon. We were to await on a week within the month of Ran. We have been waiting for many, many years. You would call them hundreds, if not thousands.
Thank you for the answer. I'm going to jump up as best I can on the rock, and I'm going to bow to that direwolf right there, and if he'll let me, I'm going to jump on it.
Slowly turns around, faces in the direction of northwest, leans kind of towards you to allow you to mount upon. So doing so, you get upon.
I'm gonna look at the others and say, I want answers, and I am guessing you guys do too.
After a dragon nearly killed us,
I'm sorry, people that just wander randomly into a lake and teleport me away, you don't get a voice right now, thank you, sir. Would the
you
others
have
of you
no
like to
knowledge
come
of
with me?
that, actually, since we
Yeah,
didn't
out
tell
of
you what
character, you have
happened,
no
so
knowledge of what happened.
That we triggered that.
I do know that he wandered into a random lake.
So,
true.
what's this way? Just go swimming in a lake, teleport you.
I don't know, sitting in a tiny hut doesn't.
I'm
Just throwing it out there.
gonna go with it's more likely you randomly going off the road into a lake and not saying anything had something to do with what happened rather than me just camping in the hut.
all right.
That's what I'm going
Well,
with.
Can we all?
I'm going to call in my one. We do whatever I want. We're going to Othema. We're not going with these creatures. That was the agreement.
You will come with us if I have to drag you along.
Oh, so there's a double standard then when someone wants to go after a necklace and we all fall in line. But when I want to now go to Othema, we will not?
We will take a detour.
All we take are detours.
Leverus
Did you
looks
not
towards
just take a
Nereus,
detour to go
bows the
toward the
head.
lake?
Towards Nereus. My humble apologies, chosen one, if you are caught by surprise. We were expecting those that knew this purpose. Our master, King Grimar Yilfing, will enlighten you upon what it is that you were chosen potentially for in this arrangement. If it is what you require to get to the humanoid city of Othema, bearer of Sun Tree and once reigned of Dwarf and Sular Kingdom, then that will be so. We will take you there.
Can I, the player, ask you to say the king's name one more time, slowly?
I can put it in chat as well. So anytime you need a name or anything, I can at least
Thank
type
you.
it out for you. King Grimar
Appreciate it.
Yilfing.
Dougal, bear, giant bear, is going to walk up behind Nereus, and he is going to start wedging his head in between, like, your legs to try and get you mounted.
Sorry, you're mounting Nereus? What's going on?
Other way
No,
around.
no,
I'm
this is
forcing
Nereus
usually
is
him
bear
mounting
boy
you.
is trying to like nudge Darius, like pick Darius up like a cub by putting Darius on the back. I love it.
So just getting my notes right. So Nereus just mounted Dougal in bear
I
form.
I could probably
Primed.
pick him up like a cub, but instead I will give him the dignity of riding me instead of being lifted like a child.
You all will die in these mountains. You can't stick to a single plan.
Do
So
you contest it? Do you let it happen?
I mean, he'll let it happen. He looks extremely annoyed. We literally had a whole conversation how we were not going to do this again, right? 100% we're not going to do this again. And now Literally, we're doing it immediately. Not even going to talk about what happened. He's furious. Does not understand.
Arden's just going to kind of look defeated, and he's just going to walk over to a wolf and hop on.
Nereus, do you play chess?
I can't even talk to you right now.
Just know that I'm sure you don't have every move planned out when the game starts.
I'm well aware, but we have no moves planned. And now we're taking the word of these talking wolves. They could be the ones in league with the dragon. But yes, let's go to their den. Perfect. What could go wrong? I'm sure they wouldn't lie to us because they called us chosen ones, just like the person on the ship called us chosen ones before they tried to kill us.
Your worries are quite welcome and understandable given the circumstances. My master, King Grimar Ylfing, is king to many jarls in Monsac, a collective of the various clans that have been united upon a agreement referred to as Nimsong, to slay all spawns of Ithrin's forebear. King Grimar Ylfing and those at Monsag are what you all would refer to as frost giants. It's not simply a den you'll be going to, but you'll be going to a mountainous territory of great strength and might. We will take you to the great hall, and there you will sleep and you will stay, and we will feast this very night.
You wish us no harm?
No harm shall come to you. No, you are chosen ones. This arrangement has been, in your time, years in the making. Hundreds, if not thousands, have we waited.
Can I insight that?
Yeah.
Nereus will too, because he is like.
That was so close to a 19. Son of a bitch. There you go.
Seems to be telling the truth and quite genuine. Also fatigued and tired, potentially, of the long wait that
We can't trust these creatures.
I was just gonna say, but I mean, he's
So-
not.
If you
I
do
think
not
up
wish
to
to
this-
go, you do not have to.
So up to this point, Hrock has been pretty willing to go along with Nereus. But
Pretty willing to
this-
go along with
at this-
Nereus?
Can I? Well, I jumped into the lake with no. I did all that with. Well, that and I'll. Okay, can I have? Give me like a minute, please. So he's like tolerated all of the backsass without any complaint, but at this point, he's like visibly upset and kind of personally offended at the treatment that these wolves are getting.
Brock, are you going to share anything with your backstory that might alleviate the situation?
No, I'm just gonna say we're going with them. I'm too upset at all this to try to reason with them. I don't think it would help anyway.
For the record, I agree with Nereus that we have been sidetracked. Partially my fault. I'm leaving at lunch tomorrow. I'll give them the day, but I'm leaving at lunch tomorrow.
Whoops.
If your stay is not to your liking within the Great Hall, or your time at Monsag is not needed, then we will take you. None rides faster in this terrain than my pack.
Pet the dire wolf.
We will keep you safe.
So it sounds like either way we would hit Othema tomorrow, Nereus. Do you think you can spare the night?
Seems I don't have a choice. Again. I merely am pointing out the hypocrisy, Haruk, of this and everything we encountered before. Let's go.
One barks over towards you, Sir Dougal, and specifically states that your form will not travel as fast as them.
I will. Sir Dougal's gonna lay down to allow, he'll take Nereus over to an empty wolf, and like crouch down to make it easier for Nereus to climb over. And then empty, he will, or unburdened, he will walk over to a wolf and start getting on top of the wolf. I forgot to on wild shape, and the wolf is like being crushed to death. And then reverts to his Harengon form, and then gets on and will mount up.
Leverus begins to bark back and begins to speak a language. It's quite runic, dwarvish runes, but it's different and quite odd. This language, after checking all of your languages, I do not believe any of you actually speak this language. It seems to be not necessarily animal language, but it is a language that is far intelligence for creatures that necessarily direwolves could speak. Just in general, direwolves can't speak common languages. Speaking another language in addition to common, then also talking like an animal. He begins to speak this way, then goes back to common. Are you all ready to go? We will move fast.
Let's go.
Then let fate follow with us. You see as they begin to head out, heading in the direction of northwest. I'm going to go ahead and activate the continent map, running in the backs of these wolves. Something becomes quite apparent. I'm going to ping the stream view. Something becomes quite apparent upon being on them. You know, the icicles as well as the fur itself. You feel as it should be cold. Right, some of these little icicles that are kind of embedded within the fur, but it's not. There's a heat that this creature is generating, which is slightly at a lesser version of the creature that you faced earlier on this day, and it seems to kind of create this atmosphere around it, which is quite comfortable versus the near kind of 18 degree Fahrenheit weather around you. In addition, when its paws strike the actual ground now on the run, it almost forms a barrier between the surface of the snow and leaves no tracks and goes across the snow without penetrating through. In so doing, they begin to move at distances of 120 feet per turn as they are traversing at a massive speed. With them, their eyes kind of glowing, they're kind of moving in formation, they begin to stride off into the mountainside. I'm just going to go ahead and use the pencil tool and just circle exactly where it is you all are going. Into the mountains of the northern Frosthorn. As you begin to climb through different switchbacks, eventually a path itself begins to be forming in a slight pass, rhymed with totem poles of evergreen tree timber that has been kind of carved in these different runes of a language that none of you speak. These totem poles are placed in intervals of every 40, 60 to 80 to 120 feet and mark the path of just snow through the actual switchbacks and paths that begins to form. In time, as the day begins to pass by, You're getting tired of the ride, but the temperature itself is not causing any problems. The moon begins to penetrate through some of the overcast of clouds, and now lighting of certain braziers that seem to glow of a blue flame. These wooden bowls, made and reinforced with the linings of stone, are a mixture of different rocks and pebbles within them, glowing in a blue flame and marking the path up to this particular place that begins to go. Now, transitioning you onto this particular map, we're going to go ahead and activate it. In addition, I'm going to go ahead and configure it so that all players can view after it loads in. I'm going to ping the stream view over. The best interpretation of this particular place upon arriving is a large frost giant town that is nestled into the Frosthorn Mountains, a great 1,000 feet above sea level. Now, the valley of the Frosthorn is already a great number of feet above sea level, so the inclination of the switchbacks and the travel is not a great deal higher up than the actual Frosthorn Valley, but is enough footage and distance that you can encompass and see a great stretching of the valley, and you feel quite high up, not necessarily to the mountains and peaks around you. The town, as you can see, approaching this large palisade gate mixture of just solid timber evergreen trees that have been cleared off the tops of branches at ends and just stomped into the ground. Two wooden platforms with frost giants holding large great bows on top of the platform, stretched, kind of looking around in just sentries and positions with similar of these kind of braziers glowing in blue flames to provide some light in the distant pass. Is this town that is a mixture of wooden as well as hut-like structures. There's no metal really or stone buildings within. And the entire place is kind of on a large like plateau or bluff that is ingrained, similar to like a miniature sized valley within kind of the mountains to the north and the southeast. In a mixture of this place is evergreen trees, similar in that this town was built, this place was built in a forest. A lot of it now cleared out over time, the same timber used to build the structures. Many of the roofs of these places are fit with leather and hide to keep away the elements. There are a couple of large structures upon the going through the opening of the palisade gate. So it's just kind of swung open for you all coming in. The two frost giants place themselves wearing leather and hide tatters, as well as kind of these mixture of different tattoos of white and red and blue painting. Carrying the great bows, they kneel down on the actual platforms and caress the fist over the heart and bow in the direction of you all as the pack moves steadily through the opening of the palisade wall, that actual gate that's swung wide open. The structures coming upon is this great hall, which is a mixture of different kind of structures that have been pitched together at the backdrop of this kind of evergreen forest that trickles up, and then kind of a shelf that extends above the actual town. Another similar palisade wall, and this one stands about 3 feet lower at about 19 to 20 feet than the primary actual gate wall that led through the switchbacks and pass. This particular great hall is a similar structure to the rest, wood, primarily in log, kind of a log cabin-like design with timber beams that are placed over it, stacked in kind of a topsy-turvy positions, and the tattered hide of leathers and animal parts are of a variety that is so strange and different in the night air with the smoke and the fires billowing out of the actual structure, kind of coming through some of the gaps and things of the exposed wooden rafter and solid timber frame. You notice that there is dragon scale that they have used for the actual roofing of this structure. Levrus smiles, and that is the particular one that you're headed to, then kind of yells out in common, "The Great Hall." Now many of the frost giants in the surrounding small enclaves wearing all of which pattern to their clan. So each segment of huts with a central tower of kind of a storage area, a mixture of trading in this large kind of compass gazebo-like tower at the center, right, with huts and other wooden structures around. Each one represents a clan, represents the Jarl's colorations, as well as kind of tattoos and signifies. They kind of come through on the path that digs up to the Great Hall, which is not a great distance away from the primary kind of gate and wall. They kneel down. They see you all kind of stretching through the fires. They have lit these large, encompasses solid wooden kind of pyres in a way with large carcasses of animals draped over. They see you holding large ale horns or kind of mead horns, and they kind of turn and look, and they kneel down, they bow, and they mutter to themselves in a language none of which you understand. The gate to the Great Hall opens wide for you all, and you continue to pass through. The other structure, now slightly raised up, is kind of a long cabin, kind of long house that extends across a river that flows with icicle kind of ice that builds up on either side of it in a sunken like area. And this structure is somewhat open. It's one story, but it has a large roof covered in hides made of wood with rafters exposed, and there's lights coming within, and smell of food and smoke is billowing from upon. And then the other structure is this kind of makeshift arena or coliseum, as these timber frames kind of come up with canopies draped on either side, some supporting of half walls. If you call them that, to you it'd be twice the size of a regular wall. And then there's trees kind of dotting around it. There's no lights coming from that structure, but there are a few kind of holding torches and moving in and out of it, potentially from kind of a semi-arch kind of canopy covering about 32 feet wide. Now, coming into the Great Hall, we're going to go ahead and activate this map for you, bring you upon. I'm going to go ahead and pause it, and then I'm going to describe it to you all, even some sound effects. So, Great Hall itself is open. The kind of implanted to form this kind of these timber support beams every so often, some of which are rock wall to help kind of support the structure. Others are larger, some are smaller. It's really a mixture. There's a central area to the Great Hall, and the whole Great Hall is open in its floor plan, its thing with its stone tiling and some it's solid stone. There's large rectangular tables, wooden benches, some with chairs. It's really a hodgepodge. Fires are just pitched in here. People are sleeping on kind of these leather kind of hides. They're drinking out of horns with their own barrels. And there is easily, in this Great Hall, and then you're getting a kind of an idea with the lighting dancing around and bowing about, and about 1,000 feet from west east in the structure, you're getting the idea that there are well over, just from looking around, 800 frost giants, maybe even more in the distance of the crowd, some of which are now seeing
100. You said 100.
800.
Oh, 800.
And just kind of in what you're looking at in the sea of frost giants, they're feasting, they're eating many of their own food or their own drink, and they're kind of forming their own little groups across. Some of them are selling goods and wares from kind of carts and other things. The Great Hall is just a large hall for a mixture of eating, dining, trading, anything you can see. And you're moving at a really fast pace, so it's difficult to get an idea of everything. And the sea of the frost giants all around is kind of this large chaos of shroud of shadow. Eventually you come to the central area as the crowd itself begins to slow down to a murmur and kind of forms around this particular map you're currently on. Above on a landing, a kind of a balcony scape that comes through with large timber beams forming slight railing or fencing. There is a hearth with bubbling and spitting lava as it's kind of flowing through with bits and steam and hissing, providing a light in the sunken-like area with stairs. There are grand tables on either side. Frost giants have now kind of pushed and cleared themselves out of them, standing up tall and looking in the direction. Lavrus and the pack have no fear. They immediately stride up to the base of these stairs, south side of the hearth, and now looking upon one that stands up from a solid stone throne that is embedded on that balcony scape. This particular frost giant is 5 to 8 feet taller than the average, adorned in ancient glimmering white dragon scale armor, wears a matching helmet upon the head, appears to wield a great axe on the side, picking up slumping over the shoulder. It's encrusted with blue. It's kind of this bluish gems around the hilt and crests across upon all the way to the top of the blade, and the slight sheen kind of glows from it upon grabbing it. There's a mixture of different dragon dragon scales, just in hide, clothing, mixture of jewels upon the rings and amulets across the neck. And it looks upon you with the skulls and bits and pieces of like a dragon skull that's kind of on the side, and other sorts of talons and things, and just a mixture of everything, and just stretches upon standing and looks, and this eyes kind of go wide just slightly. As Lavrus now kneels down, the rest of the pack kneels as well in unison. They look upon this frost giant. Master, King Grimar Yilfing, I bring you the chosen ones. Hear the crowd begin to erupt. Some cheering begins to happen as the crowd begins to kind of clap and kind of, motion the horns upright. Ale's kind of flowing around, sloshing, hitting the ground. Some are stomping into the earth. Others are clasping into potentially shields and other sorts of weaponry that they have. Lavrus kind of motions, kind of moving down, as well as the rest of the pack, as they hunch down upon the ground for you all now to dismount. Crowd goes silent. Completely. No voices. Everyone just stares.
I'm gonna pet my dire wolf once more and just whisper in its ear, "Thank you for the ride. It was awesome."
And smiles. Welcome. Gives you a little wink.
Is there any kind of sign or greeting or something along those lines that I could give this frost giant that would be recognizable to someone who knows Volk?
I'm gonna make you either a wisdom check or an intelligence check. $22. Potential greeting here of peace and tranquility that you can provide, kind of cresting over the shoulder like this and clasping and reaching up, almost as if to offer something and trade an agreement. Could potentially give you offering and a little bit of familiarity, these giants.
I'll do that.
King, now standing, looks, begins to laugh. Finally, you all are here. Lavrus, my humble servant, and your pack. Finally, they are here. Wow, look at them. They are all so small. Well, that's fine. No worries. No worries. Lavrus, take your pack and get food, get drink, rest. For hundreds of years if you have to. But I still have tasks, and I will call for you when it is. Taps a horn along the side, now revealed, when it is necessary. Sees Lavrus slowly turns. The rest of the pack turns as well, begins to kind of ride off. Lavrus stops, before turning around. Take care, chosen ones. Disappears, riding off. I see one speaks of peace with offering. My name is King Grimar Yilfing. I am king to Monsag. I am the appointed king of many, if not all, frost giant clans united in the northern Frosthorn, under the banner and pact treaty of Nimsong, an agreement that was made to slay Javarig, a great elder white dragon that had plagued my people. Nimsong was forged 1,570 years ago. Upon that I had taken the oath, the throne, and with it, eternal life, given by our magic that is bestowed from the great ancestors of slaying dragons. Smiles. Don't be shy, not all at once. Who are all of you?
I look over my shoulder to Tardan and Nereus and see if they're going to come up here with us.
Crowd still silent. Anticipation.
Dougal will walk up, approach a little closer. He he will bow again and introduce himself. My name is Sir Dougal. I am a knight of a representative of the Summer Queen. I come from the Sealy Court, and I am here on a sacred mission.
Welcome, Sir Duel, Sealy Court, to the great hall of Monsag and my throne. You are welcome as my most humble guest and treasured companion. Stay as long as you wish. Eat to your heart's delight. Drink until you are thrice drunk. Maybe, just maybe, you can win this belt. He begins to hold the belt, kind of shaking it wildly as many kind of stare in the distance. This odd giant symbol upon this large, massive leather belt that wraps around the ensemble piece of his particular armor.
I will happily pick up your gauntlet of a challenge. I hope to win it from you.
Good. Well, the night is young, and we have much drinking to partake in, much feasting to be done this night. Yes, continue. This one who approaches with greeting of giant. Who are you?
I am Hrock Ugluk of the White Breakers of Ismar.
I see. And you have made a great trek away from your clan, I suppose.
Yes.
Us giants are unfamiliar to such low elevation, but I have heard that those foothills are quite large.
Yes. I suppose so. For us,
That's
they
good.
are.
Well, I'm sure you can handle your mead. I will be eager to see you drink until you fall underneath the table.
Well, if you insist.
Of course, I do. It is of tradition. But you all are foreigners. We will treat you as friends. We will treat you as giant, for you all are chosen. Now, who's next? This one here points to you, Indigo.
King. I bow with hands in sleeves and bow forward and tell him I am Indigo and I come from a small monk village in the mountain range of Temeria. So I am far from home.
Very
But
far
I
indeed.
see. Yeah, very far indeed. I appreciate your hospitality. Um, thank you.
You're most welcome. Next. One of you lot in the back.
I am Tardan of Tamaria.
Anything else?
Tardan's just gonna shake his head. Nope.
Tardan of Tamaria. Welcome. And last, but certainly not least, that one.
Marius of the Selkie.
Darius of the Selkie. Welcome. I'm sure you all are wondering why you have been brought here. You must have many questions. And for that, we must feast. We must drink. We must make merry. Come. Claps the hands. The crowd now begins to kind of move about and shuffling in place. As that begins to happen, there is a table that begins to be set out as these frost giants kind of come out through the crowd. This table is your size, small. It seems to have been made purely for you all. Tables kind of comes out, begin to set little bowls, little horns on it, little chairs. It's quite decent in a way. Drop a little table token to signify that. It's kind of moved. They begin to grab a barrel, set it down near your side. It's a large, intimidating barrel. They throw a couple taps into it, which which exceed in size anything that you have ever seen. Begin to take the little horns and fill them each, send them down to the table, fingers, very carefully. Some of them. As they do, they begin to move away. As you all kind of sit down into the chairs, the table's not really two sides necessarily with the chairs, but as you can see, there are little bowls that are placed down. There's little food being placed down, platters of different kind of creatures you've never beat. Looks like meat. There's berries, there's roots, there's soups. There's a mixture of a variety of different things. Many of this stuff is just being brought out by random frost giants. They're just coming out of the crowd that have made bowls, that have made plates out of wood, made utensils for this very occasion in its small size. As they do, they kind of bow their heads and they speak in common. Chosen ones, please take this, take this. And they're almost like giving it to you, no payment necessary, no nothing, just giving it to you as reward enough. As they kind of bow their heads, moving away softly and surely. Sees as you're sitting down and the food is given, the king does something rather odd. Begins to move at the backside of the throne, grabs the great axe with a large, heavy heave, smashes the great axe into the throne, obliterating it into fractures of stone. Then reaches the hand, picks out a couple pieces, and grabs something within it. Stepping down off the balcony, roughly 12 feet tall, begins to walk, aim to a space. See two giants move very swiftly, placing a large giant chair. You see King Grimar sit down upon it, rests the axe, letting it fall towards the floor, then holds out a hand as a horn is dropped down in it full of mead, grabs it, and looks towards you all.
I'll grab a horn. Grab a nearest horn.
I'm grabbing my horn.
Skull! Begins to down the entire horn of mead. Holds it back as another giant grabs it and fills it within this the large, massive tap of the barrel now placed behind. Hands it back to the king. Who is the bearer of the white stone?
Tardan will kind of raise his hand, just looking at the king.
Slowly lowers a tiny gemstone in the just fingernails as it drops down onto the table. That is for you.
I'm going to nod. Thank you. And I'm just going to take the gemstone and kind of place it against my necklace.
As you do, it begins to come fluid and magnetizes into the other piece as they now form into a completely different shape as before. The king looks upon and just is staring with like an eyebrow raised, begins to kind of mutter things in giant, sure swear words of some kind upon that, just kind of stretching and looking and just mystified to the magic that's kind of observing upon your chest. Now, the actual shape of this particular piece as it comes to is a trigonal bipyramidal shape. This is kind of two pyramids that are stacked on either side as they kind of form down. And as it finishes its shape and forms, it is purely translucent. You can see almost straight through it. It has a slight glow of white tint. And there's actual cresting of dragon scales that form, disappear on a random pattern upon the stone. There's a mist or a fog that is just kind of ever flowing from it to the mid-center as it kind of flows downwards. Again, all of this happening, the king just stares at it, mystified. Wow, I had no idea would do that. That wizard. Ugh. Ugh. Sips back, more mead. Holds out the other hand. Grabs a large leg of some creature. Massive is it. 7 times the size of your bodies. Grabs the leg, begins to nod. Roasted to perfection, Traling. Hear a voice coming from the crowd. You're welcome, king. Eat,
about this
drink,
time,
have merry.
Yes, Sir Dougal motions to the king. 2.
2. Well, we haven't quite started the competition yet. We'll soon get to that. But we have much to discuss while I'm sober. But before we get to that, maybe questions. You all seem to be quite curious and puzzled with those faces, reluctant to approach my throne. I could smell it miles away. So, who's the first to speak? The first to ask? If not, I will ramble and keep talking.
I'm gonna look around and see if anybody is about to say anything.
What do you mean, chosen ones?
Chosen, yes. You all are chosen to slay Etherin. Spawn of Javarik, the great elder white worm. Etherin is much smaller, but there is some nefarious magic. Our weapons are incapable of striking a lethal blow. I have lost 300 giants in the escape to its lair in Javarik Peak in attempting to slay it. Nothing we have thrown at it. I have talked with Gutil, our master forge, in the ways of giant smithings and able to imbue great weapons with that of magic and dragon slaying. Even his weapons are unable to.
How did you know that we were them?
Javarik was mischievous and cunning, hatched and brewed in the depths. Hidden away, Javarig brought about a much and effervescent way of us giants that we have fought for millennia amongst ourselves, and our clans always warfaring, always bickering and muckering for territory, for raids across other lands of our great long ships. Well, Javarik played it like a fiddle. We were fools. She would lay claim to great hundreds of us in fields of battle, coming across the scope of snow and tundras and trees, burrowing to and immersing themselves. Javarig was able to grow at a massive size of nearly 170 feet long. A great prize jewel stretches and points towards the air. Now, seeing the rafters of the exposed frames, you now see many different pieces of dragons and other animal trophies. A massive skull, about 50 feet long. Okay. And 45, 50 feet in width. Just this massive skull, broken in different pieces, but patched together with rope and other things, hangs above the actual throne and central table this king eats at. Just this massive piece of this exposed rafter frame, roughly 90 to 100 feet in height above you.
You killed that?
I did, yes. And the help of the one that calls you all chosen. Magello, a wizard. A human wizard at that. Javari brought about much turmoil. Monsac, Clan Monsac, which I hailed from, ruler Jarl at the time, came up with the devised plan at the ear of this wizard who gained much motivation with the slaying of Javarig, was able to bestow weapons and other things to us to slay this great beast, or at least aid us in the fight against it. Never did we lead a cunning blow or lethal blow against its flesh, as Javarig, she was too mischievous, too stealthy, too cunning, would escape before any death came. Even so, Magella was the one that came to the conclusion that we must unite, drafted, and with the aid of my lead assistants as well as myself, Nimsong, a pact to unite all Jarls, frost giant kind, that we would slay Javarig and hunt until all spawns were defeated. Nimsong has maintained. In total, we have slain 13 spawns of Javarig over the last 1,500 years. Ithrin makes 8. Eighth
Wow.
of those. We believe
Is
Ithrin... Yes, go.
the wizard still alive? Is he here?
I have not had contact with this Magello after the Nimsong was created. You humans do not live, or you other races do not live for very much time. Neither do I, but my magic, and given to me by my runes and by my agreement, my oath, sustains my life. Ithrin was 8th amongst the rest. Ithrin was hidden, shrouded in Helvarig Peak. We were unknown to it for some time, as it lay dormant as an egg. Now hatched, it's nearly an adult. But this magic, I hoped, prayed, that the chosen ones would come. This wizard said you all were chosen to help us in our efforts in slaying these dragons. Couldn't have come at a better time.
Did this prophecy say anything else?
Prophecy. This was no prophecy as much as a foretelling by this wizard. It was the deal struck in effort of this wizard to help us in slaying of Javarig, to identify its lair, find its spawns, at least the ones at that time. We would wait for those that were chosen, that would appear on the northern side of Lake Kif. In a week-long span that included this day of Ron, we have waited for 1,500 years. We would give you this stone. The bearer of white would take it and use it to help us slay the rest of Javarig's spawns. We believe Ithrin to be the last.
What is the significance of the stone to you? Do you know that it was about to do what it did?
No. I only knew that the bearer of white stone would use it to slay the dragons.
Do you have any other dragons than white here?
No. As we sail to these shores, and our history speaks that we have an ever-going war against white dragons. Bear their birth north of the Frosthorn. Javar was not the first to put us all to the task, and our history speaks we have gone through a great number of those that have grown to size, large, impressive, strength, almost near undefeatable. But something about this Ithrin, it does not stay cunning, it does not stay mischievous, such as its forebearer, Javarik. It instead is ruthless, brutal, and laughs at the face as it struck this barrier of magic, of roots I have no deal of knowing. It's able to cripple our weapons, stops from any blow landing across its scales. I was hopeful when the chosen ones would come, and the bearer of white stone was provided that which the wizard gave me to give it, that you would have an answer.
Give Tardan a thumbs up.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing out of all of this is that my fate was decided 1,500 years ago. I'm not a big fan of this, guys. Just throwing it out there. Why should we, besides this prophecy, help you get rid of this white dragon?
You are more willing, if you wish, to leave. There's no reason to stay here if you do not want to fight this dragon. After all, he looks around at the crowd now, slowly turning around. There are many here that were not coward in such a fight. Us kind, us giants. Frost. Our bread stands up, grabbing the axe and raising it, to slay dragons. And you, smallings, may be built for other tasks. Sits down once more. But I'm confident that this wizard, the great magic that it possessed, the great tools and skills that it had, I'm confident that it foretold that you would slay this dragon. Slay all dragons that crippled my kind. This is the arrangement that was made. I believe that it will come to bear. That fate will come to fruition. But you are all free to go, if that is your choice. One word, and I will blow my horn to bring back the roots of the pack. They will take you to wherever you wish to go.
If we agree to help you, if we agree to hunt the dragon, will it be alongside you and your tribe?
Ivarag Peak and its lair is deep down. It is difficult for us giant kind to get in. We have sent scouts. Those that have returned have told that it is buried. The tunnel itself. It would take much to get there. It is the trek to Havarag Peak and to Ithrin's lair that we will help with. That is what we can. You will traverse, with our kind, and you will come. Wolfing Volsong! As the voice begins to raise, Frost Giant comes, pushing through the crowd. Covered in dragon bones and skulls and helmets and armor of scale, wielding a large talon chiseled into a weapon. The thing lowers the knee. My king! Ving Volsong is one of my mightiest warriors, and has slain nearly half of Javaric's spawn single-handedly.
Oof.
Wolfing Volsong was imbued with the same magic that I. He lies himself to the throne only and is clanless. He will take his best and trek with you. You will ride upon their shoulders. There are a great number of beasts and servants of Etherin that will stop you in this trek. They will help you in this fight. Does this answer your question, Chosen One?
Yes.
See as Wolfsing Volsong stands up. Then it would be my pleasure to fight alongside you. May we spill blood upon the frozen tundra. Clasps the weapons across the chest and disappears into the crowd.
I see no reason not to help him. However, if we are to help, can you provide us with those weapons that you spoke of? Perhaps for those of us that use them.
Of course. You are more than welcome to visit Kultil. All of you are known. The Chosen Ones has been told for 1,000 years. Kultil will welcome you with open arms.
Sir Dougal, you said it was a dragon that was destroying your homeland?
No, I didn't say that. I don't know if that's even true. I don't.
The darkness.
I hear you. It's a great theory.
Harrison quickly looking through the backstory.
No, I know what I don't know. This isn't in there.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't know that. I've certainly never said it. I don't know it. I can understand why you think that. And I might be just as likely that it's true that it's not. Possibility.
We should talk about it while we finish our meal amongst ourselves.
Oh, King.
Yes.
3.
It is time. Discussion is over. If there's no more questions and I have rambled on, then we will drink.
I have one statement before we continue with the merrymaking.
Speak.
Well, this is more to the group than the giants. But, if you all refuse to help the Friends of the Wolves, then you should tell me so that we can part ways immediately.
I'll kind of wait till the king takes his leave away from our table, and then
It's
I
not
think
leaving. It's sitting there.
he's not leaving.
Finish the see the
There's a
large bow
drinking
now leaning
contest.
after he's gonna feasting on it, holding the horn, waiting for the conversation to subside to get down to drinking. So there's going to be a contest. If you need space,
mean-
chosen ones, this contest can happen another night.
I think we all know who Rock is speaking to, right?
King
This is
sniffs
kind
the
of
air.
toward everyone.
This is getting awkward. Do not expect such a thing to happen in my great hall, especially on the evening that the chosen ones would arrive. But so be it. Stands up. I will give you time. I will give you space. All much to discuss. Kicks back the chair, holding the meat horn, disappears into the sea and crowd. Laughter follows.
Quite a place, right? Food's good.
Food's great.
Everything
What you
seems to
guys
be nicely
thinking?
spiced and herbed and delicious and hearty and bountiful. The meat is delicious.
So yeah, I'm just continuing to eat. I'm waiting to hear what people say.
What I want to know is how they make the mead.
You can ask the king, bro. Out of character, but he left. See, all made it awkward. He stepped away.
Because
Yeah, we're harshing his vibe.
Harshing the vibe here, man.
the amount of honey they would need to make this much mead,
Giant bees.
it's got to be giant bees.
You're asking if that's wrote in? It is. I have an answer for that. So I figured it out.
It simply has to be.
I have an
Has to be
answer.
giant bees.
Tardan's gonna look at the group. I don't like being told what to do, actually. I'm a very big fan of being told what to do, as you guys are well aware. I'm gonna do whatever I see fit. However, in this case, if it can benefit us monetarily or power-wise, I see no reason not to help. However, if it turns out that they cannot provide us with any extra tools to do the job, then I see no reason to assist.
What's on your mind, Darius?
Regardless of the plight or what people wish to do, we have no way of piercing that magical barrier. So fighting this dragon would be pointless. Unless you know
Let's-
something we don't, Harok.
Well, the dragon found us once. There's nothing stopping it from finding us again while we are unprepared.
I agree, but we have no way to fight it.
It did seem to fear the necklace, and that was one gemstone ago. I'm not sure what the necklace can do now, but it is an option and a tool in our arsenal.
I am not opposed to throwing Tardan in the path of the dragon for him to defeat it. If that's our best chance, I'll make that sacrifice.
That is, it's so noble of
Darden,
you.
that's going to be
risk
as
my
good as you
life.
get, man. Don't go shopping for more. You're going to wind up with less.
That's fair. Maybe they have a spell or two that you can pick up while we're here in Nereus.
Honestly, I feel like this is an appropriate time for us to actually talk about What are we even doing on this cursed continent? Because it seems to me people are happy to jump at the chance of everything, and Harok, I'm not going to fight you on this. It's not worth it. You're insufferable to fight. I don't have the energy. But we do this. We kill this dragon. Then what? We go to the forest and stop it? We fight other dragons? I just want a plan. I need something, not just this constant. We decided to do this today because we just wanted to. That's not how I work. I'm sorry. Now, if it's what I want to do, I can get on board with that. But it doesn't seem to run that way.
I think our plan remains unchanged. It's still ultimately to get Sir Dougal here to the forest. However, something is consuming his home plane of existence. I don't know about you, but after running into that dragon and then the second beast that popped out of the ground, I am woefully unprepared to fight something of that magnitude. So if these people can give us more power and give us a way to stand a chance against whatever we're going to help Sir Dougal with in this forest, then I say we take the chance to get more power to make sure that we succeed in saving Sir Dougal's people.
Well, Sir Dougal is not the only one whose people need saving. And with that in mind, no one in this group should think that when I agree to do something like this, it is just because of a whim or because I have nothing better to do.
Well, no ill will intended, Harok, but you haven't told us much about your desires. I know Indigo here wants to learn more about the species of the world, hence his weird obsession with that notebook. Nereus just, I don't know what Nereus wants. Nereus wants money. Sir Dougal's trying to save his people, and I'm just trying to travel the world. So, what is it that you are after, Harok? What is your goal? If we're all traveling together, we should all know what's going to divide us.
Then I'll be blunt. I want to find the wizard Air Pip, kill him, and then kill his puppet Ukar, who is the false chief that has been ruling my people.
Can Nereus make a knowledge history check to see if he's heard of that wizard? Because I don't think that was in my handout.
Roll it.
Air Pip?
Air
What kind of nerd wizard is this?
Roll it. 21. It's your check. Pip, Professor Pip, is a gnome that used to study the wizarding school of Felgim before that it was ransacked and destroyed by the Talthars in the Age of the Great Purge. 100 to 200, over 200 years ago, I should say. This trick's good enough to pinpoint maybe the exact date of that. Now, you recall this information. So because this same professor had enrolled in the Wizard's Keep.
So he was a professor there.
Was the professor there? Not when you were there, but before.
Right. Okay. Do I know his specialty? Like, do you specialize in a school of magic or type of spells or?
So the
Just-
so the potential of magic here is the actual school of enchantment. That's how you would have
Oh.
the knowledge of that.
But nothing like he's not like a bad guy or anything specific. It's more just
Nope.
like, oh, I know he attended or anything.
Just know that he came from Felgam, kind of had a little bit of maybe a refuge type, into the Wizard's Keep. They brought him in. He's well studied, well trained, very powerful wizard. He went under the School of Enchantments, taught, and then no longer. And again, this before your time. Not anything that you would probably
Sure.
kind of elaborate on, right, to anybody.
Right, but I know he's a legitimate. If he's tormenting people, like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yep.
Like, yeah, that guy's pretty strong. Okay.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Harak, I know of the wizard you speak. He went to my alma mater. Or taught there, I guess.
Ooh. I don't know how I'm gonna react to that.
That's why I said it.
Maybe I'll need to take a week to think about it.
All right. Well, with that, I guess we'll go ahead and close it out. We'll end it. Sounds like a good time. Stop it. As apparently Harak and Nereus are going to start fighting each other. Nothing like that.
Harak was the only one on Nereus' side, and not anymore. Because apparently he really likes wolves, and Nereus doesn't like wolves. Do you know why? Do you know how wolves smell when they get wet? Terrible. Terrible.
I also happen to like fish.
What?
I'll also say as part of my little spiel that the clan that Hrock comes from lives among dire wolves, so he obviously likes them.
We just don't know anything about each other.
Well, that's what I was saying. Harak, is there anything? That's why I prompted. I was like, hey, is there anything you want to disclose at this time that would
Well,
help?
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it then, but I would say it at this point, I guess.
Yeah,
You can say it out of character. It's fine. Like I said, like I'm not trying to be abrasive. Just it's like I mean, hopefully you could understand from Nereus' perspective how it's just like one ridiculous thing after another, right? Like finally, we're finally on track. We get attacked by a creature we're not gonna say the name of, or I mean, I guess we could say now, whatever. But
you can say it
like,
out of character. It's fine.
Remoraz, yeah. Like, okay, dragon attacked us. Like, let's get to the city. Let's just like figure things out. That this happens. Like, yeah, sure, he wanted to go into the lake, but that was like a 60-foot detour for like a half hour, right? Like,
Yeah, and you weren't the one who touched. You were still right.
I mean, he was observing it. He was. I mean, and I'm not
You
saying
were
like
observing it, but Harak was the one that was like, "Boo!"
Well, I didn't. Well, it was more of a like his bubbles coming out.
Yeah,
No, it was totally fine. Yeah, it's like it's fine. Like it's more he just is like this is like he's starting to get whiplash because of like he just wants to get out of. He hates it here in the mountains. Hates it. And this is
Sure.
all these false promises. We're gonna be leaving. Like now we're riding wolves into the mountains to talk to a king. I'm sure it'll be fine. Like,
Yeah, it's one thing to the next. I think that what's important is that there if you want to head right, my roost in the pack wanted to take you there and stuff, and
hey, he tried. He tried to cash in, and now he knows that that's BS. Of like that promise. He's so far he's just eliminating people in the group with their word. Sir Dougal invalidated his work immediately. Like I promise, Nereus, we will not be doing this. But immediately we're heading back to
they're like
Iraq.
treating you like a child, right? Where they're just like, it's gonna be okay. You get the brownie. If you use the potty, it'll be fine. You're like, okay, I'll do it.
Dougal's out. Dougal's out. You're on the naughty list, Dougal.
Iraq is. Ugh.
To think that any plan we're going to make can stand up to the unpredictable nature of what waits around the bend is ridiculous.
I know, and I completely agree with that. I just,
That's why you don't make promises.
well, it's more from Darius's perspective. Everything in our way doesn't have to be something we deal with, right? Like we can investigate and be like, actually not. Like when we kind of did that a little bit.
And see that's completely contrary to how my character is and what he's about, every single day he's living exactly the way he's supposed to be. There's no direction, there's no path. Everything that's put before him is there for him to try to make the best outcome of it. So the creature, Harok the town, this, the lake, no matter what it is, that's why he'll go with Harok, because Harok says, yeah, I need to do this. Okay, I got you. I'll make a difference with Harok doing that or going to town. I have no set point of like, I have to go here or else. We can deviate for years and it wouldn't matter to my character.
Well, and I mean, I think it's more just we haven't said that, right? We're not like, oh, we're just wandering. Like we purposely left the town to get out of here before the weather gets too bad or we keep getting way late, which is fine, right? Like I don't care as a player. I just find it. And Nereus, I've talked to Michael about this, is annoyed for other reasons that characters
Yeah.
don't know. But like that feeds in. Like he is so mad about certain things, but he's not. The last thing he's gonna do is have like, let's have story time with Nereus and share his feelings with Tardan. Like he would rather just simmer and be angry.
Tardan's trying to get everyone to tell their stories.
Although when Tardan said that he felt like it was a bad idea, that made him even madder, like going on the wolves. Because like, I do not want to be in agreement with him on anything. This is the worst. I hate my life.
So we'll continue the conversation. I'm going to close out the stream though. So if anyone's watching,
Hey streamers.
I appreciate it.
Hi,
Thank you.
stream.
I'm also going to give experience as well. So you each gain 2,340 experience each.
Ooh.
But you had 13,240 experience total. Which is
We
actually
really
just
couldn't
shy.
earn an extra 500.
So I do want to say awesome work based on obviously the creature and then a few other things. And role play wise was super awesome. I really appreciate it. If you're joining and watching the stream, we thank you, appreciate it. I hope to see you next week. And you all take care and have a good night. Bye, stream.
Group 5.
Bye.
Bum, 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 bum.
Meow, meow.